Hey, Dave. Can you go test out the from the other room? No.
What is this one?
Sycamore. Okay, hold on. Can you go in a different room? All right. You can hear me fine?
That's not gonna work. Not yet. Yeah. What the table's like right here. I was gonna look up my computer. Golly. Yeah, which will, yeah, we'll turn that off, obviously. All right, cool. All right, should we move to the next one?
Yep. And then, hey, Liz.
What's that?
So I've pretty much set everything up, and actually what I want to double check is make sure that Brian has enough space on his computer for recording. Oh yeah, he's fine. Okay. So everything's set up. So I only have one of everyone's recording or of everyone's presentation. So I only have Terry Lasher's presentation on this, but this is, you can see it's displayed on this is the presenter's mode. So this is the main kind of screen, default screen, and then it's just like a PowerPoint presentation that you have to keep going through, right? And then, so for, this is the Zoom, it's only gonna show on this one before you start sharing the screen, which I think 8 o'clock now. Do you want me to stop the meeting and restart it later? I might do that. I can roll. Yeah. All right, let me.
So this thing is going to be on.
So this is, it's not on a loop, but it's going to be sharing that screen. So everyone, so are you still logged in? Okay, yeah, just drop that on. So I'm sorry, I just want to show you this. So yeah, it says you are screen sharing.
Right.
So if you click on new share, it'll show you, these are all the different apps, everything that's open. So Brian still has like Word open and like his Excel, but you just click on the one. So you just click on screen 2, which is going to be this in presentation mode. It's like if you took a regular PowerPoint and you put it in presentation mode, this is what you see.
And this will be for.
This will be the whole day. So, and I can help you when, because we have like 15 minutes
In
between.
between.
So because I don't have everyone's presentations. Hey, Brian.
So they're gonna come and be uploading that.
So I think they're gonna do USBs. Brian, I don't have everyone's presentations. So, I was gonna say, it's probably just easier at this point to just do a USB. But we do have like that 15-minute break. So I can always compile them as we go, but it might be easier if we, but yeah.
So here.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 presentations in it.
Okay.
And I think I have one more.
I can download that and make it a Google PowerPoint. Okay. Well, then I might just have to reset this, but there's
But we need to
Yeah.
jump to the room and start testing.
Yeah.
it out.
So this is fine. I'm just gonna leave this up. Yeah. Yeah.
Because then when I go from here to.
So that's why I wanted everyone's presentations, because I wanted them all in PowerPoint, so you wouldn't have to change screens. You just go next,
It'll all just be
on one PowerPoint.
Oh, wow.
But I think we'll see. You might have to hop to a different PowerPoint, but you'll, so this is just the title slide, and then. No, you don't. I know, I don't. I just want to make sure you could see that. Cool. Let's put that in. And then it's just like every other like PowerPoint presentation. So I have like
So
these.
those other.
Yeah, so these are just, I would just put this up. No, this is only at the beginning. So it's, again, just click next. That's why I wanted it to all be one long, so that way you wouldn't have to keep, yeah. And so, yep. And so this is for opening remarks. And then, when Bettina's done, then we have Terry. And then his presentation, I just loaded it in there, and then let's see. If it all goes well, all you have to really do is click next. And then come on. There we go. And then Jim C. Martin, and then we'll have a break. And so this is like the break room. So it'll tell you session 1 starts at 10:45. Session 2 begins at 30, etc. All right. And then the only other thing that you'll have to do is, so the way that we're doing the sessions is it's 20 minutes for a presentation. So just keep an eye on the time. We'll tend to go over. And then we'll do questions from it. 20-minute presentation, 10-minute questions. And so there is a timer here. So just keep an eye on when they start and kind of like wave if they're starting to go over. And then we're gonna do in-person questions first. So if there are any in-person questions, just, normal people, yeah. And then you can just click, this little ribbon will disappear, but if you wave it, yep. And then the only other thing that I will say, just keep an eye on, is when people start joining, people might try and turn on their video. You can turn the video off, or if they unmute. They'll be on this list, but here, I'm gonna go ahead and mute this sound. So if anyone accidentally turns on their microphone, it shouldn't be an issue, but you'll have the power to mute them, turn off their microphones. So they, yep, as the host, yep. So pretty straightforward. I'm gonna plug this in and then I'll try and. The only other thing is just, keep in mind that anything you say at all.
Right to the top.
Yeah. So this should just be live right now. So what I like to do is because I don't think I am. Brian, is there's someone that's introducing everyone?
Are we like as a moderator, mind introducing themselves as like,
I'm gonna introduce Secretary Room, and then she's gonna introduce Secretary Lasher.
No, no, I'm talking about later on.
Yeah, you should.
And then Wi-Fi, you should be connected, so you should be good. So I'm gonna Because you're gonna need
Excited
to
be back in
click.
person, check in with all your friends and colleagues, new and old. My name is Brian Hoffman. I'm the deputy director of Friends of the Rappahannock and also the coordinator for the Rappahannock River Roundtable. And we're really excited to be here today in Fredericksburg for the Rappahannock River Symposium. We've got a really great suite of presentations today. But before we get into that, I just want to talk some housekeeping logistics. There are 3 rooms today. We are in the Sycamore Room, the main room where we're going to have our opening remarks. And after some large presentations, we're going to break out into 3 concurrent presentations on our large agenda posters. They delineate different presentations in each room. Through that door right there on either side, and to the left, you'll find a men's and women's restroom. And there are additional restrooms throughout the area. We do have a presentation downstairs as well. And we have food beverage back there. This is what we're talking about. So this Rapidan River Symposium is made possible thanks to a grant from the Department of Forestry's Urban and Community Forestry grant. Thank you so much, Department of Forestry. I know there's lots of folks here that you go chat about those programs. Also want to thank the Department of Environmental Quality for funding this today, Campbell Foundation, and many of our other supporters at Friends of the Rappahannock and the Roundtable Partnership, which is made up of over 100 different organizations, all dedicated to land and water conservation here in the Rappahannock River watershed. But without further ado, opening remarks today, really excited to have Secretary Bettina here to kick us off. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you. I'm glad we all found this place, this beautiful space. I know it took a little while for some of us to line around to actually get here, but it's truly a special space. I think to have this gathering today. I really appreciate being invited to share some remarks this morning, some opening words, and just to hear the power. He said just now that there are over 100 organizations that are part of the roundtable. I think that speaks volumes. And look around the room and just knowing many of you and meeting some of you for the first time, the diversity of organizations in this room and what it's really taken to do the good work that we've been doing. It's just tremendous. So I want to start with a hearty thank you for all that you do. This is a beautiful space. I love it for so many reasons, and we know that we have a lot of refurbished wood in here, and I think that that's something that really appeals to us, especially those of us foresters in the room. I know Joe Lane has been doing a lot of urban wood with the Department of Forestry, promoting that. And I think he would love to see the space. He's probably been here before, but there's so much more we can do to ensure that our trees do not end up in the landfill. We continue to make use of those, and we can talk about that and be hearing more about that throughout the day, actually. And it really is exciting to see that you have the breakout sessions and all the rooms named after trees. So that's really warming our heart as well. But I hope, and I know that you're going to have a lovely day learning from each other. And there's certainly so much we could talk about this morning. But I think really to highlight and to think about partnerships and collaboration and why that's so important and how it's gotten us to where we are today. There's an English poet that once said, many have lived without love, but none without water. And for me, I've had a love affair with water from a very young age. And it really began for me playing in the mountains of Virginia, where I grew up, in Roanoke, Virginia, in Craig County, and what we refer to as the branch. And so I spent a lot of time as a young child, really, looking under rocks, finding crawfish, and enjoying the dragonflies that were in the stream along that watershed in my hometown. Beautiful dragons. Occasionally I'll see one when I go back, but just to see it, be able to see the fluorescent colors of those and how much that struck me as a young child. But I've always loved trees and forests. Spending time with my father installing wildlife food plots, hunting lady slippers with my mother, and fishing with my grandparents. And that has stuck with me. That sort of intersection between trees and water is powerful. There's such a connection there that we all depend on, and it's something that's really grounded me, and it's what I go back to. I was just home this past weekend visiting my family. The first thing I did was to go back down to the stream and to reflect on that. I just spent a lot of time walking through the woods, and we need to spend more time doing that. And I think, unfortunately, we've had a challenging time with COVID, but I think we've had many silver linings, and one is that we're spending more time outdoors now. People are appreciating that and wanting to keep that in their lives. And so hopefully we can continue to use that to make our environment stronger and make us all stronger. I think there are many Department of Forestry colleagues in the room today. I'd like to just ask them. I'd like to thank them. I'd like to hear so every now and then when I can. I'm not going to ask them to stand today, but just to thank them for all that they do. And they do care deeply about our trees and our forests in Virginia, and about working hand in hand with all of you. We're all a big believer that trees and forests are the answer, and to just about any problem we have or challenge. So throw one out, and we'll find a way to connect trees to that. But forests provide clean water. We know they provide clean air, and we all depend on just to survive. We know that there are many ecological benefits to trees and forests. Wildlife habitat, both terrestrial and aquatic, and we want to continue to make sure that we're having healthy forest habitats and wildlife habitats across the Commonwealth. We know that forests also contribute a lot to our economy. Our largest industry in the state, $21 billion, 107,000 jobs across the Commonwealth. And they provide many outdoor recreational opportunities. As I mentioned, we have to ensure that we have the quality of life that we want in Virginia in this great Commonwealth, and those are possible, I think, because of the natural resources that we have. But of all the benefits that we receive from our forests, I really think water rises to the top. We obviously couldn't survive without water, but when you think about the waters that come from our forests in the nation, over 60% of clean water for the forests provide that clean water supply. And that value is about $3.7 billion annually. But when you think about it, it's really priceless because we couldn't survive without water. And with the forests covering about a third of the land base in the U.S., so over 60% in Virginia, we understand that critical connection between forests, between trees, and water. And researchers have found that James Martin knows this very well. For every 10% increase in forest cover, we are seeing in the source watershed, treatment and chemical costs by downstream users will decrease by approximately 20%. And that's significant. As populations in our cities and towns continue to grow, creating and caring for our green infrastructure is really critical. It's increasingly important that urban community forestry recognizes that trees are an important part of the local ecosystem. And those trees make our cities livable. They provide shade, clean we make sure that we are protecting human health and protecting environmental health as well. And that's why riparian buffers are important. Why urban tree canopy is important. Why it's important for us to conserve forest and farmland. Within our secretariat, we focus on, we actually have 3 agencies: the Department of Forestry, the Department of Agriculture, Consumer Services, and the Forest Commission, because the forest industry has been very important to Virginia for a long time. When we have 2 of our largest industries, agriculture and forestry, and combined $91 billion, 436,000 jobs across the Commonwealth. And tourism is our second largest industry. And if we weren't all working together, we wouldn't be able to have a strong industry there. And we know they've taken a hard hit with COVID, but those 3 very much intertwined. And agriculture and forestry play significant roles in ensuring that we keep those industries strong, but also that we keep making sure we protect our waters in Virginia. That our forest managers and our farmers have done a tremendous job. They have much more work to do, and we know that much of that work is going to fall on the agricultural community to make sure that we meet the requirements that we have in the 3 and with the Chesapeake Bay Agreement. Governor Waldon understands this, and he has made a tremendous commitment. Growing up on the Eastern Shore on a farm, he has seen the changes in the Bay over time, his lifetime, and he made a commitment. Certainly serving as state senator, lieutenant governor, always continuing to care about the Bay and move forward and providing leadership of that. But a commitment to invest more in the Chesapeake Bay, water quality protection across the Commonwealth, not just in the Bay watershed. And we know the First Lady and her love of the environment and also water quality protection in the previous work that she's done to advocate and to be engaged in environmental education. And to see what we've been able to accomplish because of more resources going to the work that we all need to do. And we know we have a heavy lift between now and 2025. But we know we can do that by working together. And when you look at what we have been able to accomplish in this administration, it's something I think we're very proud of, but also proud of the fact the governor also recognizes that we can protect our environment while we're also growing our economy. And Virginia has been ranked as the #1 state for business by CNBC. This is actually the 3rd year in a row. We had it 3 years ago. They were getting ready to announce. They pulled back because of COVID, and then they announced again recently. And so we'll take credit for those 3 years. It took a lot to get there, but we know how hard moving forward it will be to stay at that level. But that's because of a number of things, and also our higher education institutions, our workforce development, but the quality of life that we have in Virginia. They actually judged us on 67, 68 criteria, and we came out high in so many of those areas. We know within our secretariat, we have 3 priorities: rural economic development, retaining forest land and farmland, and addressing food insecurity. And we've been spending a lot of time on that, especially because of COVID and those numbers increasing. But we've done a lot. We understand the importance of protecting, conserving forest land and farmland, and keeping those lands intact, and keeping those lands in the family whenever we possibly can. And that's not easy, but it takes all of us working together to ensure that happens moving forward. We need to make sure the toolbox is very big: financial, tax incentives. Some tools work for some families, not for others. But I think recognizing that we can be successful in having private land conservation in the state, along with the public lands that we're conserving and protecting. And you all have recognized this for a long time. The many partners that you have, again, the public organizations here just in the room today, private, nonprofit, the support you're getting from private foundations. You've been able to collaboratively address and protect water quality within the Rappahannock River Basin. And the work that we're doing collaboratively across the state is helping us to protect the entire Chesapeake Bay watershed. The many solutions that you brought to the table to address those challenges that are facing your region, but you've done that because you've done so collaboratively. I've been watching and admiring your work for a long time, and it's been nice to be able, when I came back to Virginia, came back to the Department of Forestry as state forester, and to be able to work with you with the Healthy Watershed Project. And that project is so exciting. We know we have some more work to do there, but the potential of being able to incentivize farmers and forest landowners for retaining their land. Just want to thank you for your leadership with that, being able to work with Eldon and others to make sure that you have the resources that you need and the legislative support. Sometimes it can be something that seems so minor, but can be huge, just like the legislation we had to address this past year, and appreciate Eldon's support on that so that we can continue to look at advancing the Healthy Watershed Project and move beyond that. Looking at just the partnerships, and I was struck by, actually it's up here, you can just see at the bottom the sponsoring organizations and those that are engaged. And again, just a few within the 100 that you spoke about before. But that really is showing the power. You all recognize the importance of collaboration and partnerships. And for us to achieve our collective goals, we have to approach things that way. And you've been able to do that. You've been able to strategize and take action together. And I know that we need sound science, we need good data. And that's something that I think we're all grounded in, those especially that have a science background. I mean, that's where our roots are. But it really is also about relationships. I believe life is all about relationships, and these are not mutually exclusive. You have to work hand in hand to make sure you have accurate data, have good sound science, but you have the relationships to do something about that information. So building that trust, maintaining that trust over time is not easy. It takes time, it takes a lot of communications that become a little more challenging these days, but we found a way to do that. And it's really the core of our success moving forward. We need to think and talk more in terms of benefits for all people, thinking about natural resource solutions, thinking about ecosystem services, making sure, again, that we're making that connection with people. We spent a long time, I think, in land conservation, kind of talking about caring for land, and we often forgot about that people equation, about the why that we're protecting and conserving those lands. But I think we're doing a better job of connecting those dots now, and I think it's going to make a huge difference in the future. But you all have recognized that for a long time, I think, in the river basin. If you look at the diversity within your footprint and what you've been able to accomplish, the diversity that's required in ensuring that you're connecting with people at the same time that you're protecting our waters and our land. You know all too well the challenges that we face. And you know that land ownership really knows, when you think about what's happening with our forests or our land, when you think about invasive species and some of the challenges that are facing us, they really don't know the borders that we know, the political boundaries that we often think about. We know that it really, those challenges occur across landscapes, across ownerships, and that we need to work collaboratively on a larger landscape scale basis, as well as in our urban areas and addressing underserved communities. And we're making great progress. You're going to be hearing more from Laura Johnson about that today in her session, some of the work with Urban Tree Canopy and Ann Little with the field trip and all that's taking place across the Commonwealth. We know that the stewardship of our lands and waters is really a shared responsibility. And we know that our forest landowners and our farmers can continue to meet the challenges that are in front of them as long as we support them with the resources that they need to get there. And again, we've been able to step up and provide more cost share and leverage those federal, state dollars with other private dollars that we have. So I would like to just thank you again today for having collaboration be the central point of the hub, if you will, all the work that you do. You can feel good about what you've accomplished so far. It really is tremendous what you've done, and you've served as a model for others across the Commonwealth. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to be together today. I hope that you will continue to work closely to make sure that we have healthy land, that we have healthy people, and that we know is a bit more challenging right now to keep each other safe and healthy, but to make sure that we have healthy lands and waters is sort of the foundation for that. And that we have healthy communities. And again, that we're sort of looking at that three-legged stool, the environmental protection, economic development, and ensuring the social fabric of our communities. We can have it all in this great Commonwealth. We do have it all, and we're going to continue to make that stronger and better moving forward. Enjoy your time together, learning from each other, continuing to network, and keep up the great work. Let us know if you need anything. We are here to help as best we can, to be able to bring resources to the table, to get out of your way when we need to do that, but to also have your back when we need to do that as well. So Keep up the great work, and look forward to spending some time with you this morning and visiting a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those encouraging words. And next up, I'd like to welcome Terry Lasher with the Department of Forestry to walk us through some of all this work that's happening at the agency. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, guests, and thank you, Secretary Ring, for setting the stage. Hopefully, there's not a big drop off when I start talking. What Bettina was able to deliver for you today, and excluding the table here to my 11 o'clock. Who else in this room is a forester by any chance? Couple, all right. So if you're a forester, then you know that it is now officially forester beard growing season. So I am a little scruffy. It wasn't because I was running late. It's because I'm doing my due diligence to try to grow a beard to make sure that we can still continue to keep our professional profiles as foresters, even though we sit behind a desk now. So I do apologize for that, but next time you see me, it might be a little bit better. So what we're going to talk about today is a little bit about one mission, one bay. As Bettina had mentioned, Secretary Ring had thrown out there that, you know, all of us collectively are working together for one goal. We're trying to clean the Chesapeake Bay. We're trying to make the environment better, our health better. We all come at it maybe from different directions, but we're all here trying to accomplish one goal. So I want to talk a little bit about the present. I want to talk a little bit about the future, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the plans that we have, not only at the Department of Forestry, but within the forestry realm as a whole. So our title today is One Bay, One Mission. So we'll start with the present. Forest management wise, in the Chesapeake Bay, the Department of Forestry's foresters had written, and I took some liberties to round up or round down, so you'll see a lot of flat numbers. So 1,500 plans on 91,000 acres of forest land across the Chesapeake Bay. That was an increase from fiscal year 19, which was 1,100 plans. So in a time of COVID, when we talk about not getting out, not being able to see everybody, it looks like our foresters were still getting out in the woods, writing a lot of plans, interacting with the resource, helping landowners. Maybe landowners had a little bit more time to think about the resource, think about what they wanted out of their forest land. So we saw an increase. Now, in contrast, forest management projects, we did see a small decrease in the number of projects. We went from 1,500 projects on 54,000 acres to 900 projects on 32,000 acres. Why is that? Well, we can assume that it was probably because a lot of folks weren't getting out doing active land management. They weren't doing a lot of tree planting, at least in our rural sectors, but we were doing a lot of tree planting in our urban and community forestry sector. And you'll hear about that from Lauren. I'll give a little demonstration here as well. Looking at our tree planting projects. So 600 different sites had some level of tree planting, 22,000 acres, and that compares to about 83,000 acres across the whole Commonwealth. So about 25% of our work was done in this big 2/3 of the state of the watershed. 400 acres were in afforestation projects, which were, we went out and converted an old field. We went out and converted some area that wasn't being ag land anymore, wasn't being cultivated. Riparian forest buffers, which is probably of the most interest to this group here, 42 projects for 257 acres. And I want you to remember that number, 257, because we're going to talk a little bit about the watershed implementation plan and the goals within that. In comparison, we had 300 acres in 2019, and in 2018, we had 159. We have a special project within the Department of Forestry called the Middle James River Buffer Program, which focuses on doing something different. So not just tree planting, but maybe natural regeneration, trying to mix and match cost share with what landowners are actually looking for on their property. Sometimes cost share programs don't fit everybody's scenario. So we wanted to try something different. In that one small section of the watershed of the James, we had 9 projects for 130 acres, but the more impressive number, I think, there is the 70,000 trees. So A success story in its infancy, just starting, and that was funded through the Virginia Environmental Endowment. Urban tree planting and conservation, because it's not always just about what we're doing to enhance it, it's what we're doing to protect it. And so when we look at what we're doing in the urban realm, we had 28 projects and 25 different Hub 12s across the Chesapeake Bay. Our water quality improvement fund dollars, which we get as pass-through dollars, 172,000, almost 173,000 dollars of 250 that are allocated to the agency went directly to project implementation in our urban community forestry sectors. Total projects within urban community forestry, 178 with 53,000 trees. So just in those two projects alone, or those two program areas alone, we're looking at 135,000 trees being planted last year. Now, I realize that we're looking at 2020 data, and that's because we're still crunching down the data for 2021. So you're gonna have to bear with us a little bit on some of that data, but you're gonna see that it's from a comparison data set of 19 to 20, which gives you a pretty good idea of where we are. Conservation easements. Well, in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, the Department of Forestry has 4 different easements. We protected almost 1,800 acres and about 118 miles of stream. So pretty important program, engaging those landowners to understand why we protect our lands, why we conserve them for the next generation, and why working lands are hugely important to not only water quality, but for our portfolio of ecosystem services across multiple spectrums. I included this because we were talking about it with our urban and community forestry. We get 2 different types of funding that helps with our programs. One, water quality improvement fund. Part of that money goes to our urban and community forestry program. The other half of that money goes to our logger BMP program. And we are going to talk a little bit about logging, because logging is how we are protecting some of our water quality as well. There are significant programs and significant successes that we need to acknowledge regarding timber harvesting and silvicultural management on our landscapes in Chesapeake Bay, and how that program is not only successful, but is growing in its success. And you'll see that when we start talking about percentages of inspections that meet our requirements or exceed our requirements with BMP implementation. So why invest in the Bay? And I think we can all stand here and say, well, we invest in the Bay because it's the right thing to do. We need to clean water, but let's talk about it from a purely economic standpoint for a second. What does it mean when we talk about dollars? When we talk about the reasons why we may want to do this, there is a sector of people who are going to say, well, does this make us money or cost us money? And the reality is it's a little bit of both, but it's going to make us some money as well. So when you're talking about economic development, whether that be rural, or that be somewhere in recreation, or just water or water treatment costs, things like that, we can start to look and see that there are significant data sets that are out there that do tell us that we can save not only the Bay, but also make it a profitable endeavor for our local economies and our landowners. The goals. This is where we'll dig in a little bit into what the watershed implementation plan actually says and is requiring. This is from a forestry perspective. So who's read the WIP? Yeah. All right. So we know it's broad, it's big, but that doesn't mean that we shy away from accepting the challenge. What it means is we take that challenge, we embrace it. We go and we start working together more deliberately. You'll see that the future is very bright with all the different areas that we're going to start working collectively to enhance our abilities to deliver. So when we look at, and I'm sorry that is a little bit small. I didn't realize it was going to show up that small for everybody in the back, but I'll give you just some highlights. So for urban planting, we're looking at 8,400 acres, 8,500 acres. When we look at forest buffers, we're looking at about 22,000. If we're looking at buffers with exclusion fence, 26,000 acres. Afforestation projects, remember we said we did 400 acres, that was a pretty good year. 34,000 acres is the goal for the WIP. If we look at urban buffers, we're looking at almost 10,000 acres, and for forest canopy, 30,000 acres. Pretty big numbers. If we look at that linearly, like what are we supposed to do each year until 2025, you can see that those numbers are still pretty large. And I think what you just need to do is kind of digest how big those numbers are, but fear not. The future, and I don't have a crystal ball, I'm just going to tell you what I know exists. So when we look at back of the envelope needs, the future of us being able to accomplish anything collectively or individually, I prefer collectively, right? We got to have planting material. We have to have trees to actually stick into the ground, right? Nurseries, state-run nurseries, all around the Mid-Atlantic are starting to close. Most recently, West Virginia closed their nursery, I believe in the spring of this year. Virginia has 2 different state-run nurseries, one down at Garland Gray, and then one over in Augusta where we get the majority of our hardwoods. So if we start looking at just typical trees per acre for a practice, and that's why I call this just the back of the envelope, because every site requires something a little different. When we looked at the James River Buffer Program, on how many trees we planted on those projects, we planted 600 trees to the acre on average. Most of our practices don't do that, right? So we allow and build in flexibility. So for urban practices, about 200 trees per acre is sort of the average, and the rest range between 300 and 484 for industrial type styles or industrial planting jobs. So when we calculate all that out and we say, here's what we pretty much ballpark need, it's around 40 million trees to achieve what's in WIP 3. Okay. Why is that important? Well, we grow about 1.4 million hardwood seedlings per year. The future is bright, though. We did get an investment in our recent budget ask. This last year, Governor Northam allocated $290,000 for an expansion of our Augusta nursery. For our Augusta nursery, which will increase our production. Now, things that we plant today, even in a nursery setting, need a couple of years to grow before we can pull them up as bare root seedlings and go and plant them out into the wilds of Richmond or into the wilds of more rural part of the watershed. But total anticipated production by 2023, we're looking at about 5 to 6 million trees per year with that small investment of expansion. So what does that mean for us? And we're going to look at we're going to see if we're going to grow the most, 6 million. So in 2021, we're going to still have our 1.4 million because we just stuck those trees in the ground. In 2022, we should get about 3. 2023, 6. If we produce 20, in 2024, another 6, and in 2025, another 6, we're at 22.5 million just from our one nursery alone. So this is basically to illustrate that where we have lands, where we have already got some facilities in place, expansion really is the answer. I don't believe that if we take new lands, unless it's private investment, certainly we support people who want to get into the nursery business. We're not trying to alienate any competition here, but we've been doing it a long time. We know what we're doing. So if we can expand some of our operations on the footprints that we currently have, perhaps we get a little bit closer. So just simple math, you know, we needed about 40.8 million, right? So we're about 18 million short. So not doom and gloom, because we did get some budget infusion. We're going to be able to produce more. We're going to have more available for planting projects. Now we're going to talk about harvesting and log BMPs a little bit, because as I mentioned, it's not just what we do to enhance, to change, to plant, to create. It's also what are we doing to maintain what we have on our land base now. And this is a very successful program. And I think not everybody here is probably a big fan of silviculture, but I am, because I like looking around and seeing all this refurbished wood, right? Wood has a lifespan, it has a purpose, and trees do as well. So managing it and logging it, doing it proper is very important. So we have a couple of things in place at the Department of Forestry. We have a harvest inspection program. We have a law enforcement program, which entails our water quality law and the Debris and Streams law. But we also have an education and a research portfolio that goes along with that. And a lot of folks don't realize that part. It's not just going out and slapping people's hands when they do things wrong or raising their hands when they do things right. It's about prevention, it's about education, it's about research as well. Now, I don't expect you to read all of this. This basically just says that, hey, you do bad things in 1993, you did bad things, we had this new thing on the books that allowed us to charge civil penalties and go through a process where we try to correct it. We work with the loggers, we work with them hand in hand to say, all right, this is wrong. You can't have sedimentation leading into a stream. You need to improve BMPs. And if you don't, we're going to charge you up to $5,000 a day. So there is some penalties. Go ahead, Rick. So, fun fact for everybody, I have a 10-year-old at home, so he always says, hey, Dad, fun fact. So here's a fun fact for you folks today. Virginia continues to be the only state agency in the Southeast that allows its state agency to run this type of program. I think that's a testament to the success of our program. It's a testament to the boots on the ground professionalism that we have, but it's also a testament to the logging community. They do a really great job. So when we look at law enforcement in the Bay versus the rest of Virginia, it's a little bit tighter. There no longer are BMPs voluntary, they're mandatory. Now that's if you're having a sedimentation problem, you must fix it in this way. Outside of the Bay, we want you to fix it this way, but if you fix it and no sedimentation is happening, we're pretty good. In the Bay watershed, it's a little different. So you can still have a 50-foot managed buffer, but you're required to have a 100-foot buffer, whereas in the rest of Virginia, you have a 50-foot voluntary buffer, where you can remove 50%. So in the Bay, you have a 100-foot buffer, but you can manage 50 feet of that, if that makes sense. Okay. So our program began in the 1980s, mid-1980s, while the law that allowed us to charge penalties was 13 years later. But it provides one-on-one contact. This is that educational component. This is where we start looping everybody in and working together. It's pretty great when you walk onto a logging job as a field forester. It's great when you walk on and you're like, hey, everybody, and they're all like, hey, Terry, oh, we got a crossing down here you want to look at. That's a great relationship. In contrast, when you walk on and they're like, I hate that guy. Why is he out here again? He was just here last week, right? I mean, you want to have that one-on-one contact. In sitting down around a table in a setting like this, educating about new BMPs and future research and research projects is a great way to make that happen. And that's part of the reason why we're successful here in Virginia. It leads to education. And so far, since 1997, we've trained 10,000 loggers, almost 10,500. So pretty decent. Right now, of course, do we have 10,300 loggers running around in Virginia? Probably not. But since 1997, how many new loggers and old loggers have retired? You know, so it's a revolving number, but it's success. Okay. How do we know? It's measurable. We can look at our number of harvests, our notification law, right? You're required to notify the Department of Forestry before you move on to a tract of timber. We can measure how many violations we've had, and we see them going down. And we see that trend continuing this is since 2014, but if we blew this out a little bit bigger, I'm pretty sure we'd see the same trend. So the trend here is that we're seeing the number of failure to notify go down, the number of violations go down as well. Measurable success. So our harvest inspection program is that we go out, we look at all of them because of that notification law. We go out, we take a look, we say, yep, this is silviculture. We're going to continue, it's our jurisdiction. And we say, nope, it's not silviculture. It goes to somebody else, the locality, DEQ, mostly the localities, but it depends on the land use. We also have this audit program. We go out and audit our tracts to make sure that what we're seeing on the ground and what we're hearing from our foresters is something that we can go out and check, we can validate. So our auditing program is alive and well. Our research program, we coordinate a lot with Virginia Tech. We do time studies, we do BMP implementation studies, we do crossing studies, we do all kinds of studies. Just know we do studies with our research institutions here in Virginia. And so last year we inspected 4,623. I decided not to round that one up or down because it just seemed impactful to say 4,623 logging jobs. Over 205,000 acres just in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So of that 20,000 inspections. So on average, we're visiting each of these tracks about 4.5 times. The average size is about 45 acres. So, and I just do that. That's another one of those fun facts. I just thought people would like to know, how big are our average logging jobs and how many times do you go? Good. So since WIP 2, so going back a little bit, DOF personnel has inspected 14,000, I can't even read that, about 14,500 jobs on 581,000 acres of Bay watershed. And of those, 93, and here's where I wanted to talk about the success piece. Of those, 93% or 5,308,000 were in compliance with our Forestry BMP program. 93% on a voluntary program. So, Bay specific, when we start looking at it and we want to go and say, all right, where are we working the most? Where is the Bay going to be impacted the most? In the last 2 years, we had almost a 95% and a 96% or 97% success rate since WIP 2. So pretty important, pretty impressive for a voluntary program. Testament to the professionalism of our logging community and the effectiveness of our education and our field staff being on the ground working with loggers every day. So new WIP goal, because 90% wasn't good enough. Our new WIP goal is 95%, and as of our last data crunch, we were achieving 97%. So we're always up in the ante of DOF. I don't know. So another important piece of our harvesting program is the Riparian Forest Buffer Tax Credit Program. How many people have heard of that? It's a great program. A little underused, to be honest with you. We could probably, promote this within our landowners community a little bit more, because what it does is it gives you tax credits for not harvesting your BMP based upon what the per acre value of your harvest was. So if you say, you know what, I'm not gonna harvest that 50 feet. I don't need to. You can get a tax credit for reserving that based upon whatever the value of your per acre timber value was. Pretty decent program, and it's growing in popularity. It's something that's out there, but a lot of folks still don't necessarily use it as much as they can, and we promote it. Right? I'm sure tells people in the Eastern region all the time, hey, you should probably promote the Riparian Buffer Tax Credit Program, and puts it in their employee work profiles. So when we look at it, so far, oh, that's all right. What we did was we had somewhere around, oh, thanks. I couldn't remember all these facts. So in the calendar year, we had, 1,800 acres of buffers retained with no harvesting. Pretty decent number. And the tax credit value there was almost $3.3 million. Pretty decent amount of savings of tax credit to our landowners. Yeah. So the future, if we continue, we have the Middle James Riparian Buffer Program that I mentioned. We just hired or in the process of hiring a field assistant for that coordinator position. We have the My Tree Counts app, which you will hear about from Laura later on, which is a tracking app that allows us, but also our partners to track tree plantings from a single tree to the Cub Scout or Girl Scout pack that planted 5 trees in a parking lot somewhere. Now that's all getting tracked, whereas before those might have fallen through the cracks in our ability to report out to the Bay watershed. We have our Turf to Trees program. Thanks to James and EPA and DEQ. That's a Turf to Trees program that focuses on underserved areas. We've gotten commitments of 100,000. We spent 85, I think it was. That went directly to project implementation. We have another commitment of 100 and another commitment after that of 150,000. We have a watershed prioritization tool that we developed that allows our folks that are in the planning stages to dial into their work areas and say, we're not just going to work in this, this stream. We're going to work in this specific stream, in this specific tributary, because we wanted to be deliberate in how we go about our work. The Riparian Buffer Establishment Guide for our field staff, we started to see that some people weren't recording things the same. So we wanted to enhance our abilities
to report what we were actually doing out there on the ground. And one way to do that was to kind of do a retrain, get folks out, understand what it is that they're recording and how they record it so that we can have increased impact in our recordation. We created a watershed implementation program. Our watershed program manager position just closed last week. James helped us on that as well. So thanks again, James. But you know, we're looking to be more deliberate and impactful in our efforts. And then we also hired recently 3 on the ground riparian buffer specialists that are running around in the Shenandoah Valley. We also are working on a state lands WIP. Who's heard about the state lands WIP? Right? We're trying to put our money where our mouth is. We're telling people, hey, you're going to go out and do this on your property. You should encourage this. We started looking around and going, oh, maybe we should be doing that on our own. So it kind of seemed like a no-brainer. So a state lands WIP, we completed an analysis of existing tree canopy legislation. We did that in July of 2020. We're working on the Healthy Watersheds Forest program, which uses carbon sequestration as a proxy for cleaning water and water quality. Secretary Ring mentioned that, and that was done with the help of Eldon James and the the Rappahannock River Basin Commission. And we're also now utilizing high resolution land cover data, and we applied for our Sentinel Landscapes designation. And I promise this, we're getting towards the end. So this is the programs that are out there. These are the programs that have money to contribute. This is why the future is bright. This is all the new, these are pretty much all new. There's not a whole lot here that existed when WIP 2, but they do exist in WIP 3. The exceptions would be the Conservation Stewardship Program, Virginia Trees for Clean Water, CRP, EQIP, but Reggie's new, Coastal Resiliency Framework new. Looking at the JRBP, a lot of these are newer programs. Mountains to the Bay is a grant. Good. So the take homes, while we may be off to a slow start, we're making progress. You know, we used to average about 90 to 100 acres of buffer each year. We had 257, right? We're making progress. We're doubling our efforts. Now, we still have a big mountain to climb, but that doesn't mean that you don't climb it. Right, so we're going to continue to work together. We're going to be leading by example with our state lands WIP, but we're going to be working with our partners to figure out how we can identify gaps, how we can be better, how we can be more efficient, how we can be more productive. And I thank you for your time. All right, so much great stuff about riparian buffers, all the great work, Department of Forestry, hints at some of those programs that you'll hear in future presentations from Lauren Johnson and other presenters. So much great work put on the ground. And I was just having a sidebar with James Martin about how important it is to track that data, because so many people in this room contributed to trees getting in the ground in the Rappahannock watershed that are going to buffer those buffer numbers you got there. All right, anyway, next up, James Martin with Department of Environmental Quality. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. You know, I appreciate Terry's presentation. It was a good warm-up for you. I think he had 30 slides. I have to beat that, of course, right? Oh, everybody groans. No, I've only got a few slides for you. But they're really talking about progress in the Chesapeake Bay, how far we've come, and where we have to go. This is a graphic that shows our progress in the bay. Nitrogen on the left, phosphorus on the right. You can see the stacked bars represent the different source sectors of pollution loads going into the bay. The bottom blue is natural landscapes. As has already been said, the largest area of the bay watershed is in these natural landscapes, but you can see it's a relatively small load. Why? Natural landscapes are good, right? The oranges are agricultural landscapes, a higher loading land use. The gray there is developed lands. The yellow bar least on the nitrogen side, is load coming from on-site septic systems, and the top blue bar is wastewater. So you can see we're on a declining trend for both pollutants, but that last bar on the right is where we need to be by 2025, according to our phase 3 WIP. So still a ways to go on that trajectory. If you just draw a line through the top of those bars, doesn't look like we're going to get there, right? Well, I'm hopeful and confident with the support of groups like this that we in fact can. You can see a lot of our successes. Let's go ahead to the next slide. A lot of our successes, as you can see on the previous slide, are from the wastewater sector. This graphic on the left side of your screen shows 2009 to 2020, where the reductions have come from. These are nitrogen load reductions. You can see the vast majority, 91% of our load reductions to date have been from the wastewater sector. We don't have room in the wastewater sector to expect that again. So moving forward, the right side of the slide here, Baywide, we're looking at the majority of the reductions coming from the agricultural sector, significant reductions coming from the developed land sector, which you'll note over here on the historic slides is not present. That you ever tried to put negative numbers in a pie chart? Doesn't work very well. Septic and developed lands historically, we've actually seen loads increase slightly. So we need to reverse that trend moving forward, get some additional reductions from our developed land sector, as well as from the septic sector, but the vast majority agricultural work left to be done. So that's the whole Chesapeake Bay picture. But as you know, the Rappahannock isn't necessarily representative of the rest of the watershed. So let's take a look at the Rappahannock specifically. Similar, except for that top bar, wastewater, a lot smaller here in the Rappahannock. Not as much of the load in the Rappahannock comes from the wastewater sector. A bigger piece of it comes from the agriculture sector. So you might imagine, while progress is again being made, it's a little bit slower. We have a little bit more to go here in the Rappahannock, again, because we have not benefited from large wastewater reductions in this river basin. Next slide. Same slide we saw for the whole bay. This one's for the Rappahannock only as well. A lot of the reductions came from agriculture. You look at this slide at face value, and the pie might suggest we're pretty much on the right track. We've got some work to do, as I said, in the developed land sector and the septic sector. But you'd think our program delivery is properly tuned. The problem with using pie charts like this is they don't really represent how big the pie should be. Let's go ahead to the next slide. If I scale these pie charts to represent the reductions that we've achieved and the reductions left to go, this is what it would look like. So we've made 415,000 pounds of nitrogen progress in the Rappahannock. We have 1.5 million left to go. We did see about 100,000 pounds of credit lost by those increases in loads resulting from development and increases in loads resulting from additional septic systems here in the watershed, Rappahannock watershed. So I do think our programs are the right ones, right? We're achieving agricultural reductions. We need to achieve agricultural reductions. What we need to do is start scaling those, right? Continue scaling those, increase our level of effort in order to meet those 2025 goals. Let's go. I think I've got one more slide. This is the land use, right? This is what drives it all. Here, the 2020 land use as the Bay program's models understand it for the Rappahannock, 66 natural, is that what that says? 66% natural land still. That's a good thing. It's a really good thing. Agriculture, about a quarter, and developed lands just over the 2009 to 2020 period stepped over that 10% developed threshold to 11%. From 2009 to 2020, the estimated land use change in the basin, we've had added 13,500 acres of developed lands. We've added 4,300 new septic systems. And we've done that largely at the expense of that natural land use. So 13,400 acres of forest and other natural lands to only about 100 acres of agriculture as the estimate. Now, we're working at the Bay program on revising these numbers. We're looking at two dates of imagery, 2013 and 2017. And come this winter, we will have updates to these estimates for that period, which will affect our forecasting for the future as well. So these numbers are our best guess, but we're continuing to improve our understanding using new data, new technologies to classify land use from imagery. That's going to help us improve our understanding. But having had an early look at that data, the numbers may shift a little bit, but the trends are going to remain the same. We're likely going to see perhaps more acres developed and probably a little less, a little more agriculture developed, but still the predominant development is coming from existing natural landscapes. Let's go one more slide. So here's some key takeaways for you. We have made a lot of progress, and it's the hard work of groups like this. It is not all state agency programs. We recognize that completely, and there's no way we can implement it all with state agency programs. That's why we've been taking a partnership-based approach, right? That's why we're funding programs. That's why we're supporting NIFWIF and making sure that organizations like this and all of yours can implement projects on the ground. We have lost some progress due to growth. That's going to continue. But the conversion of forests to development increases the adverse load impacts, right? I mentioned forest landscapes, natural landscapes are the lowest loading land uses. If you convert your lowest loading landscape to a higher loading landscape, you adversely impact pollution loads to the bed. Much more progress is needed over the next 5 years. We really have to step on the gas. Most of that is planned to occur from the agriculture sector, but plans change all the time, right? If we recognize that we're not going to get there in agriculture, you can bet we're going to look for other opportunities. Practices on existing developed lands, particularly unregulated developed lands, non-MS4 areas, that is a huge gap. We're looking at state programs, state funding programs currently, trying to find ways to advantage through those programs non-regulated areas to encourage implementation, whether that's by using a higher cost share rate, state paying a higher rate of share of the cost, or any other mechanisms that we can do to try and drive implementation in that direction. We're looking at. Efforts to establish, maintain, and conserve forest cover need to be expanded. You know, Forestry Department, all the foresters here, and many in the room doing great work. But where we don't have trees, we need to plant more. Where we do have trees, we need to manage them properly. Where we do have trees, we need to try to conserve them. Can't continue that rate of loss toward of forest lands to development, it's just not sustainable from a Chesapeake Bay water quality perspective. Headwaters areas and riparian corridors obviously are essential in that effort. And any efforts we can make to change development patterns and behaviors are going to help improve water quality. And this is going to be an increasing concern and an increasing importance with climate change, right? Heavier rainfalls, more frequent heavy rainfalls, and increasing temperatures all make tree plantings and forest conservation activities beneficial for water quality and many of the other ecosystem services that you've heard about this morning. So feel like kind of a broken record here, but you heard it from Secretary Ring, you heard it from Terry Lasher. Now you can hear it from me. Trees are a really important part of the solution. So let's keep up the good work. Thank you for all your efforts so far. Here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out. If you have any problems reporting the activities you're implementing on the ground, call me, send me an email. We want to get your data captured so that we can report it as part of our plan. Thank you.
All right. Awesome hard data, tidbits of info, hints of programs. Well, next up, we're going to take a short break. We're going to try and catch up and get to our next sessions by shortly after 11:50. We have 3 concurrent sessions, one in this room, one through that door to the right, and one on the first floor. We're going to hear from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation about some ecosystem and fisheries management in the Rappahannock and Chesapeake Bay. We're going to hear from the Piedmont Environmental Council about land and water conservation throughout the Rappahannock watershed and Piedmont. We're also going to hear about meaningful watershed education experiences from Friends of the Rappahannock and just environmental education. So thank you all. We'll be in touch. We'll get this going.
I just wanted to say hi. So, it's been a long time. My wife, I wasn't I'm doing something. By the way, take some money and do something. No, I don't. I got 2 boxes here.
Thank you so much.
Yep, I was just updating PowerPoint. Did you just call me?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I just saw the. No, because that'll just face you. Just do, yeah, we're gonna just unmute because the video is gonna face you and I think it'll take up too much bandwidth anyways, so.
Can I give the announcement?
Yes, go for it.
All right, we're going to kick off the next session. If everyone wants to find a seat in any of the three rooms, again, we have all three rooms active right now.
All right, so you should be all good. Mute is off. Everyone can hear me. We're starting soon, everyone. And then, and then we're gonna. So for session 2, I'm assuming I don't have these slides for them, so I just figured out so it'll say utility scale. And then as soon as they start talking, you can start video.
How's it going? Good. So you're my timer, is that right?
Your timer and he's.
So are we trying to compress a little bit?
We do have a football as close as we can get on top.
Okay.
We do have a break.
Yeah, no, I tried, I think I did, because I've actually got 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I tried to, I tried to please space it. So, but it gives me a 15 minute and then a 10 minute.
Yeah, so if you have your phone, just hold it. Well, I would try and still stick to it, right, even though we shipped it.
I mean, we're gonna be able to take one.
Give me a 10.
I would do it 11:05, so you have 20 minutes. Or not.
Okay.
more than 10, and then you kind of go 5 minutes. or
Whatever,
so.
yeah, do a 10-minute first, and that way I'll know to wrap up. And like I tried really, because I saw Brian say something about try to do almost half that. I tried to keep it pretty close. So, all right.
And I'll come back.
All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started with the first presentation in the Sycamore Room. This is the Sycamore Room, so everyone knows. My name is Brent Hudson. I'm with Friends of the Rappahannock. I have the distinct pleasure to introduce Chris Moore. He's the senior scientist with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and he's going to be speaking with us today about ecosystem-based management approach for the lower Rappahannock fishery. So, Chris, take it away. Thank you, sir. Pleased to have you here.
All right, good morning. Thank you all for coming to this presentation, and thanks to the folks from the Friends of the Rappahannock for inviting me to speak today. So what I wanted to do is one, kind of talk about ecosystem-based fisheries management as a whole, or a broader concept, and then also kind of how that is integrating itself into the various fisheries that we have in the Rappahannock River. And we're very lucky in the Rappahannock River system to have a diverse set of fisheries. We also have the largest fishery in all the Atlantic coast operating in the Rappahannock River as well. So there's some neat pieces there. And then last, I was thinking about pulling this presentation together, and there's one species that's not native, to give you a hint, to the Rappahannock River system, that I figured I better touch on if we'll talk about the ecosystem in the Rappahannock as well. So anyways, go ahead there. Yeah, so I obviously I don't want to read these slides or this slide, the text here, but I did want to talk, give you an idea of what ecosystem-based fisheries management is. And so I kind of like the NOAA definition. Obviously, the ASMFC, the Atlantic States Fisheries Commission definition, is a little bit broader. But the way I tend to describe this to folks is, for years and years and years, we focused on managing fisheries based on single species. And we just basically looked at, was the population going up? Was the population going down? And what do we do to really control effort, harvest in the fishery? And we're trying to move beyond that ecosystem-based management. This is especially important as we think about factors like climate change. Is that making some new fisheries move into areas where they weren't in the past? Is it making some of our fisheries move north to other places? Is it negatively or positively affecting reproduction of our fisheries in the Rappahannock River system? So taking all those different ecosystem factors in place, one is it's going to make for a more complicated management scheme, yes, but it's going to give us better outcomes over the long term. And that's what we all want to see when it comes to fisheries management is robust populations, and then also robust fisheries for populations who can support those as well. So this is a great slide that has actually been around for a number of years from NOAA. And I think it really does a good job setting up all these different ecosystem effects that may have an effect on a population in some way, shape, or form. And it just so happens that two of the species I'm going to talk about tend to be in this slide as well. So I always kind of start on the left side of this effort. And a lot of what you all heard this morning already is kind of about habitat. What can we do? I heard 20 million more trees going in Virginia. We talked about buffers, things like that. We talked about BMPs when it comes to silviculture. That's one of the most important things that we can do is making sure that the habitat out there is as good as possible to support healthy fisheries. And so in the Rappahannock River system, like the Chesapeake Bay as a whole, we need to be thinking about what industries we have going on and what inputs those are having to our river system. So nutrients, are there toxics going in, or water withdrawals? How are those different factors influencing the algal community in the system? The algal community is really the base of the food chain for a lot of our fisheries out there, whether it's oysters eating algae or whether it's things like menhaden swimming through the water and getting their food through that source. Those are really important inputs, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but anyone who's been out on the river over the last couple of weeks, what have we seen? What's the water look like? It's been low, and also we've had pretty persistent algal blooms throughout the Chesapeake Bay and the lower ends of the river as well. And so a lot of our fish species, our shellfish species, don't like to eat when we have those halves in place. And then when those blooms obviously start to die, they end up in a situation where we have low or no oxygen areas. Kind of moving counterclockwise along the slide. I'll talk a little bit more about DO, but we feed those really smaller fish with algae and things like that. As they grow older, they start to become food for a lot of our predator fish. Some of those fish, like striped bass, visit here for parts of the year. Maybe a few of the juveniles hang around, but the large ones go, they migrate other places. But other species obviously are here foraging throughout the year. We have our fisheries that are harvesting some of that biomass throughout the year. Sometimes those fisheries are focused on very specific size classes. Sometimes there's a much broader catch, but that is the one area that we have really tended to manage or try to affect over the last 30 or 40 years or so. And then I talked about climate as well. Again, depending on the species, we may have much different impacts moving forward. Oysters, which I'll talk about a little bit later, they tend to like dry summers, hot summers, salty summers. They tend to reproduce better when we have those conditions. Striped bass, which I'm also going to talk about, they like very cool, wet springs. So the exact opposite in some ways, and that's for those two different species. And that's why, no matter what conditions you're having, it's probably good for one or two species out there. It's probably not so good for another species out there. But kind of from my perspective, especially as we think about ecosystem-based management moving forward, one of the things that really concerns me, especially when it comes to striped bass, is are we going to be losing these cool, wet springs that bring us really healthy spawning activity for striped bass? And so that's one of the things that kind of keeps me up at night when I think about these climate-induced changes to our ecosystem. So being that we're talking about the Chesapeake Bay, the Rappahannock River, especially the lower Rappahannock River is not, doesn't get away from this phenomenon as well, but this habitat squeeze effect. And again, we've had unfortunately a pretty large set of blooms this summer, algae blooms this summer out in the Chesapeake Bay and all the Western Shore rivers, including the Rappahannock. But we end up with these real hot stretches of weather. 10 days, maybe 2 weeks of 90s, really close to 90s, lots of sun, low wind. We end up with those algae blooms at the top layer of water column. Unfortunately, they start to die because they bloomed in mass, they're going to die in mass. As they sink to the bottom, they end up consuming all the oxygen. And a number of our species, like striped bass, the largest segment of that population is up off the inland during the summer. The fish that are here tend to be juveniles. They want to be in the kind of coolest water that's actually out there. They want to be foraging in that. And so when we end up in a situation where they don't want to be at the surface water because that's the hottest water there, they prefer to be way down in the cool water, in the deep trenches and things like that. But when we've had these algae blooms, basically there's either low DO or no DO in those areas. So we start to squeeze those fish into habitats they don't necessarily want to be in. They don't want to forage in. And so maybe it doesn't necessarily affect them to the point where there's a fish kill, but it stresses them out throughout the summertime. And we end up with these fish in poor body condition and things like that throughout the year. They maybe become more susceptible to diseases that are out there. So it's this kind of slow set of circumstances that unfortunately drives the fish to be not as healthy as we'd like them to be. And obviously in the Chesapeake Bay region and the lower Rappahannock, these are the type of things that all those things we're doing on land to help improve water quality will help reduce this amount of habitat squeeze out there and provide a healthier ecosystem for the fish moving forward. So the first species I wanted to talk a bit about is oysters. And for one, a couple different reasons. In some ways, we've kind of been doing ecosystem-based management for oysters in a couple ways that you maybe don't think about when it comes to oysters. And it's great, the Rappahannock River system, the lower Rap, where there is a lot of oyster harvest, really has been taking this approach for about the last 10 years now. And we're seeing a lot of success of it, not only from a fisheries perspective, but also from a habitat perspective as well. So I don't think I need to run through all the different benefits of oysters to this group, but a couple things. One, obviously, they're habitat builders. Reefs build three-dimensional habitat out in the water column. And the Chesapeake Bay system, there's somewhere around 150 to 200 different species that are connected life cycle wise to oysters in some way, shape, or form. One of the ways I kind of think about it or tell people about it is the fact that a lot of times you have a lot of small fish, small crabs, they're in amongst the oyster reef, all those interstitial spaces, trying to hide from a lot of the predators, and you're basically moving energy up through the food chain as a result of that. Obviously, another climate change impact of oysters that we can think about and we want to think more about is their ability to protect shorelines and protect important habitats like underwater grasses. As we have more storm events, reducing the amount of sediment that's moving around, things like that. So it's a really important habitat in a number of different ways, and obviously supports one of the oldest fisheries here. I also obviously put a picture of a shuck oyster out on there as well. The Rappahannock is home to a tremendous amount of oyster aquaculture, and that has a tremendous amount of habitat benefit as well. But it's also a way for us to think about getting resources into Rappahannock River or Chesapeake Bay restoration. These oysters are going to filter for the 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years that they're actually out in the ecosystem. Yes, they are going to be harvested. They're going to take some of that nitrogen phosphorus with them, but they're going to provide many of the same ecosystem services, whether they're on the bottom, kind of in extensive aquaculture, or whether they're in cages in intensive aquaculture. We have an oyster gardening program that a lot of folks in this region participate in. When you pull an oyster garden cage up, and an oyster garden is about 18 inches long and about a foot high. It has oysters in there. Usually they start out about the size of your thumbnail, and they end up growing in this area about 2.5 to 3 inches by the time that they actually bring them back to CBF. And actually this year, Friends of the Rappahannock actually, I think was the one who actually planted them for us in this area. So, but you look at those oyster gardens, you see blue crabs, you see mud crabs. I think one of the funnest things for me to see people react to is when eels fall out of those, because the first thing that people think is a snake has fallen out of their oyster garden. But a lot of eels tend to hang out around those. So I want to make sure that sometimes we worry about the impacts of industry on our natural resources. Aquaculture, when done right and in the right places, is one of the things that can really help us when it comes to bay restoration and protecting some of these resources out there. And like I said, the oysters are providing a lot of those benefits as well. So wanted to talk a little bit about kind of how things have gone with some of this restoration work, and how this approach to managing the resource in the lower Rappahannock has gone over the last couple of years. So the first thing I wanted to pull up was this Basara is done jointly by BIMS and the Virginia Marine Resources Commission. They sample reefs throughout the system, the Chesapeake Bay system as a whole. So I just happened to pull up Sturgeon Bar and the lower Rappahannock. You can see the green are spat, young oysters, blue are smalls, and then the red are markets. You can see that increasing trend in this bar, but you can really see that throughout the entire system. And so this is a good news piece there. Feel free to visit. I'm sorry, you can click around with various reefs and things like that. Another thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to ecosystem-based management, this was a way that we were kind of getting to that. We weren't really thinking about it, but this is a map of the rotational harvest system that we have in the lower Rappahannock River. And there are 6 areas that have been kind of cordoned off. And basically we harvest one of those areas above the bridge each year and one of those areas below the bridge each year. So basically those other 4 areas are serving as almost kind of quasi-sanctuaries for two years before they're harvested. So we get a lot of those ecosystem services that we get out of natural reefs without them being disturbed every single year. And so I think this has shown real benefit for the Rappahannock system, and watermen are very supportive of it. Managers are very supportive of it, and it's something in a lot of cases we want to move to other parts of the state as well. So wanted to move to menhaden. That's the one where you probably heard the most about ecosystem-based management the last couple of years. Menhaden are a forage fish. If you're not familiar with menhaden, the easiest thing that I tell people about menhaden is if you ever walk into a restaurant, you see it on the menu, turn and run, because it's not a species that you want to eat. But a lot of our birds, a lot of our marine mammals, and our fish love to eat them. So Go ahead to the next slide. The Chesapeake Bay and Virginia as a whole holds a really special place when it comes to menhaden harvest. You might not be able to see this in the back of the room, but Virginia harvests about 80% of the entire menhaden catch all along the Atlantic coast. And remember, this is the largest fishery in all the Atlantic coast. So we have a real duty in a lot of ways to make sure we manage this resource appropriately. And this is the Lower Rappahannock River is the one river where the reduction fishery, which is a real large component of the menhaden fishery, they can actually fish up to the bridge there on the Norris Bridge. So it's another thing that we really want to think about, because menhaden are providing all those different food sources for all those different species that are out there. So there's been a lot of management action for menhaden over the last 4 or 5 years. So next slide. Although a lot of people tend to focus on catch when it comes to menhaden, did want to make sure people understand all the different, again, kind of ecosystem pieces to this as well. So I talked about the algal bloom that's actually that was reported in the lower bay. This is actually through the Virginia Department of Health website, but the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, which manages menhaden on a coastwide basis, their species life history and habitat needs, it talks about these same kind of things we're thinking about, nutrient, chemical additions throughout the watershed, coastal development, dredge and fill type activities that take up habitat, water quality, hypoxia, toxic dinoflagellates, so algae blooms again. So those are all things that are impacting the species from the ecosystem that we need to be thinking about as well. And those things that we're doing to improve water quality are going to give us a stronger population as well. And again, if you talk to anyone about menhaden in Virginia, you almost always talk about harvest. But here's a great example of all those other things that we need to be doing to make sure we have a healthy population as well. So I'm not going to discount harvest, and I had this article from a couple of years ago with one of the former folks here at Friends, Richard Montague. But one of the biggest pushes when it came to ecosystem-based management comes to menhaden and striped bass really was the push to manage menhaden based on their forageability for striped bass and a whole host of other predators that are actually out there in the ecosystem. And the really short story on this is when the very complex models were done by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, the species that was most sensitive to changes in menhaden forage was striped bass. And so we set that level of menhaden harvest now based on the forage needs of striped bass, primarily in the Chesapeake Bay and along the Atlantic coast as well. And that is really moving us towards a much more robust process for not only including some of the fish species, but some of the birds and marine mammals as well moving forward. So next slide. So this is just how we actually got there. The one thing I want to note there is Richard and I did that op-ed together in 2017. It finally happened in 2020. People like to get involved in fisheries management, think something's going to happen in the next 6 months, maybe a year. Menhaden moves at a glacial pace. And so people sometimes remember that. Keep up the pressure. We'll get there eventually is what it amounts to. So next slide. So I did want to talk about striped bass as well, being they're connected. And go and I think everyone's familiar with what a striped bass looks like. So go ahead and go to the next slide. If you follow striped bass at all, this chart's not going to surprise you. We've really lost a lot of our striped bass biomass in the last couple of years, really the last 15 or so. And the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and all the states are actually working really hard to start to restore this population. It was the quintessential fishery success story along the Atlantic coast, and we want to make sure we don't lose that. And really getting to ecosystem-based management when it comes to managing the menhaden was one of the first steps in this. But again, I wanted to kind of highlight the fact that, in addition to the harvest, to the menhaden piece of this, many of the same threads that we're talking about when it comes to the ecosystem are important to striped bass as well. So dams, water withdrawals, especially for spawning fish, juvenile fish, thermal and toxic discharges, channelization. Those are some of the same things we should be thinking about, not only from the impact they're having on water quality, but the impact they're having on fisheries as well. So kind of where we're at now and where are we going in a few years? We are overfished, so that means the population is too low versus what we kind of use as the guardrails for managing the population. We are overfishing. We actually, as of right now, we probably aren't anymore. We actually had some good news. I'll talk about that at the end, but up until probably 2020, we were harvesting too many fish each year, and we needed to reduce the harvest. We're concerned about catching a lot of fish and then releasing them. We know that a fair number of those fish die, about 10% if you catch it and release it. We want to make sure that we release those fish in a very healthy manner so that we don't end up in a situation where a lot of those fish perish and aren't actually harvested. I'll talk about water quality a bit. I wanted to point to some good news. Virginia was actually the first state to take management measures to try to increase the population back in 2019. The first year for which all the data is available for that, we actually met a 28% reduction in harvest. Some of that was unfortunately helped by COVID, but it does set us up on the right track. A lot of that's due to some of the reduction in commercial harvest, but we are moving in the right direction, and we're probably going to see much bigger changes ahead in the next several years. So there was one species I said, when we think about the ecosystem, I had to at least touch on, especially here in the Rappahannock River system. This is a blue catfish. Most of you have probably at least heard the name. It was a species that was introduced here in the Western Shore rivers, including the Rappahannock back in the 70s by the game department. You can see they grow really, really big, and that's what kind of catches lots of people's attention. But these are actually harvested fish from a pound net in the lower Rappahannock River. It's just amazing amount of biomass that's actually out there now. That is really something we need to be thinking about from an ecosystem-based perspective, because if you've got that many fish out there, you got to be feeding them something. And what we're actually seeing now is in a lot of cases, they're probably eating each other, is what it amounts to. But that's something we really need to again, think about, making sure that, being this is a non-native species, can we reduce that population? So some of maybe our managed species that we're concerned about, like striped bass, blue crabs, some of our Lawson species like American shad, river herring, blueback herring, maybe have a more conducive ecosystem moving forward. So happy to talk more about blue catfish, but I couldn't talk about the ecosystem without talking about blue catfish in the system. So that's my contact information. If you need to get a hold of me, if you have questions in the future. And my two, not little ones anymore, but they enjoy all this fisheries activity as well. So good. So questions?
Woodie.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris. I'm Woodie Walker.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you back? I didn't hear the last. No, you're not. No, sorry. I think that's the thing. People should be enjoying these resources as long as they're there. And I always think that people have their biggest connectivity to the bay, to the lower Rappahannock through the fisheries. Whether you like to go out and fish in the summertime or whether you like to sit down oysters in November and December, that's where people tend to have their fondest connection to the bay. And as long as you're doing it in a legal manner, our fisheries are set up to be managed in a way that you should enjoy those resources. No, I think you should do that. You mentioned red drum. I think that's a great example. Talk about the ecosystem. That's a species we're getting more of them because the waters are staying warmer longer. We're probably going to see more in the future. Obviously, my daughter's holding one there, but that there is an opportunity though, and I think about when you are fishing, especially in the summertime. We just got out of basically 2 or 3 weeks of really hot weather. Not targeting striped bass during that time, but targeting speckled trout and targeting those redfish. Also targeting blue catfish. There is a health advisory on the bigger ones, but we're not going to eradicate blue catfish. But if we can harvest some of those, that's only going to be helpful. And if we can leave those striped bass alone, especially when the water temps are really high and air temps are really high, that's going to leave them in better condition to survive, start to reproduce, things like that. But definitely not a bad person. So. Yeah, Brian.
You mentioned the tremendous aquaculture industry we have around Jamaica and other tributaries. We've got some huge goals and WIP that both the title CDC's put in.
Yeah.
How realistic group do we have to grow, and do you think those, we can achieve those numbers?
So, yeah, sure. So, and make sure I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. Basically, there's some huge goals in the WIP when it comes to aquaculture and helping us meet our Chesapeake Bay TMDL goals. And James is nodding there. So can we actually meet those goals? And I will say, I work a lot in the very lower bay, the Haven River system, places like that. We have huge user conflict issues. So the way I'm going to answer it is, it's not necessarily always going to be easy, but there's a tremendous amount of leased bottom, and that's basically just a real quick. Virginia is a low water state, so any submerged lands that are below the low tide line don't historically have oysters on it can be leased, and we have a lot of leased area that's currently not productive. We've got some new regulations in place that are starting to change that, so I think there's still a lot of opportunity to grow. But I will say we're gonna have to grow smart. We don't want to be in a situation where we're constantly having user conflicts, because that negatively affects our aquaculture industry, it negatively affects our restoration opportunities as well. We also need to think about making sure we're cognizant of both our oyster habitat work and our underwater grass habitat work as well. Yeah.
Chris, you mentioned the strike back. I was wondering about discussion that's been going on about harvest caps based on ecological inputs within the Chesapeake Bay versus fishery wide.
Yeah.
Across the entire seaboard. Are those caps? Where do we stand?
Yeah, so striped bass are managed on Chesapeake Bay cap now, and then there's a coastwide cap as well. And that's why you see different size limits for the coastal population and the Chesapeake Bay population. However, we're getting ready to go through, that's why I said big changes may be coming, an amendment process to the management plan. That's big changes. We may see even more of those changes moving forward. And some of that admittedly is a little bit of push and pull, because the northern states want to harvest big fish. Remember, the Chesapeake Bay spawns 70% of the striped bass population all along the Atlantic coast. They would rather us not harvest those fish at 22 inches. They'd rather harvest at 38. So there's going to be some push and pull there, but we're already doing that. And hopefully with this next management document, we actually even have a better scientific foundation for doing that in the future. All right. All right. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chris. Could have been a 3-hour seminar, and it would have been riveting. So many great questions. And if you have more, he's the point person with all the info on this. Another quick break. We're going to be moving into 3 more sessions before we hit lunch. We're going to have a panel discussion with 2 local governments about utility scale solar and how that's impacting their communities and how they develop their what we consider to be excellent examples of local ordinances, but very different. So that approach there, we're going to transition some stuff real quick. Thank you, guys. We'll be coming back soon.
Brian, no?
Okay.
Probably next. This.
Yeah, these go together and stay with that.
Brent, can you give me a hand? Let's take this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Denise Nelson, and I will be your moderator for this session. Utility Scale Solar Development, Local Government Case Study Panel. I've got with me here today Sam McLearen, the Planning Director from Culpeper County, and Mike Finchum, the Planning Director from Caroline County. I'm sure you've heard about utility scale solar and various size solar facilities popping up around Virginia. It's been a hot topic for a few years now. In 2014, there were 14 megawatts of photovoltaic solar on ground, and today there are over 3,000 megawatts. Some of that's driven by the Virginia Energy Plan, the Virginia Clean Economy Plan that set really high targets, and of course the demand from citizens, businesses, industries in the area. So we've asked planning directors here, because they're the ones that have to consider this land use and permit it if they desire. So we've asked our planning directors to come and share a little bit about their experience, their thoughts and opinions, and their process. So I will ask Mr. McLearen to go first.
Utility scale solar has been probably all of my planning life for the past 4 years. It's been a difficult land use to try to weave in a rural county, especially when you weren't expecting so many acres to be desired to be consumed with solar panels. 2017 was probably when we first started noticing the RNN. We had our first inquiry for a project. Our zoning ordinance didn't speak to it directly at all. So you had to do a zoning code interpretation, and we discovered we need to do some code amending, which we did, basically to allow utility scale solar in our agricultural areas with a conditional use permit, public hearing process, and then allow industrial areas by way of very little industrial zone. So one project, 200 acres. Very mixed review. We've seen 70 cents been submitted. The board actually has only approved one of those. Most of them have been withdrawn in some way, shape, form, or another. One was actually denied, but there were actually two. During that time, during the past 4 years, we've developed a utility scale solar development policy that has not been changed at one time in the past 2 years. We've amended, adopted that form in 2018, the board amended that policy in 2019. Right now, we're working with the planning commission as director of the board to codify some of that policy. That was not the direction we took initially, but that is the direction we're moving in right now currently. We've had a couple of public hearings, several work sessions with the planning commission to amend our code, and to codify much of what is in our policy today. And you certainly look at that. That policy has been the result of applications we reviewed, many comments that we received from both sides of the aisle, the industry itself, our local landowners that desire the use, local land owners that did not desire the use. So it's been difficult balancing that. Asked my colleague how long some of those public hearings have been lately. They sounded pretty minuscule compared to what we've seen so far, just in our process. But the public discourse on it is not really wild. And opinions, at least in Culpeper, are about split right now. Whether we can accommodate the issue. And Denise, I'll close it.
Wonderful, thank you. That was a very great summary. And now we'll send it over to Mike Finchum. And I would like you to know that there are copies of some of these documents on the bar if you'd like to take any information away with you.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I share many of the same thoughts as Sam and process he went through in Culpeper. We too started about 2017 with our process, but under the county zoning regulations, we had a provision for utility
generation, which would be your Dominion, Rappahannock Electric, Old Dominion Electric. So any utility generation projects were limited to those entities. In 2017, be a common refrain here, we were first approached by a small solar developer about the potential for allowing solar projects in the county. The regs didn't allow it. We too had to go through the process of amending our zoning ordinance. And I think the commission and board have been very deliberate and cautious in their approach. And I would go so far as to say we have not opened up the county or embraced solar development, I think, as a county. The board directed the commission to look at this ordinance to make recommendations. And at the time, the county was not ready to look at larger projects. So the commission focused its recommendations on what I would say are smaller projects of 20 megawatts or less. Commission went through the process, sent draft regulations to the board. The applicant or potential applicant could not work out an agreement with the utility provider, primary utility provider in the county, which is Rappahannock Electric. So those two applications died. Fast forward to 2019, and with the updates to the Virginia Energy Plan, the continued emphasis in the Commonwealth on clean energy and developing clean energy and replacing fossil fuel plants, we again had several developers approach the county, one of which was the original solar developer. We also had a larger developer who wanted to do a 150 megawatt project. So again, the board directed the planning commission to go back and look at the ordinance. And this time we looked at it in a more comprehensive manner. We went ahead and looked at the feasibility and desire of larger projects as well. The planning commission spent about 12 months researching solar, doing site visits to projects in the area, looking at regulations not only in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but other states as well. And at the end of the day, we came up with what I would say is a two-pronged approach to solar development in the county. Which basically we divided solar into minor and major solar projects. Minor solar projects were less than or equal to 20 megawatts, which was consistent with what the commission looked at back in 2017. But we also created a category for major solar energy projects greater than 20 megawatts up to a maximum cap of 150 megawatts. The county felt that they didn't want to entertain any projects larger than that. So the result was the adoption of two sets of regulations and a map that allows the minor solar energy projects by special exception permit, basically throughout the county in a rural preservation district, which is our agricultural district, subject to development standards and some limitations. The larger projects, the county created an overlay district where we identified the transmission lines that the board felt was appropriate to allow interconnection to those lines and establish a 1 to 2 mile buffer along those identified lines. That basically, if you get the overlay map, you will see the the board adopted, and the areas where we allow the larger solar energy projects. Part of that was driven by the board's concern that they did not want to see the larger projects potentially developed in more rural areas of the county with the construction of interconnection lines between the project and transmission lines. They wanted to limit the impact of the larger projects. The regulations themselves have various standards for minor solar energy projects. In addition to the development standards, it caps the total rated nameplate capacity at 100 megawatts for all projects of 20 megawatts or less. It also has a cap within that cap of 20 megawatts for projects that are 5 megawatts or less, and that's economically driven. The major projects within the overlay district have a cap of 600 megawatts throughout the county for any large projects under the overlay district. It also has enhanced district standards related to the overlay district itself. For example, we created a 1/2 mile buffer between any major solar energy project and the county's designated growth areas. One, to preserve the potential for expansion of those growth areas, but also to protect those growth areas from any potential adverse impacts from the solar energy projects. We also identified other areas that projects did not encroach upon. For example, the resource preservation areas of Chesapeake Bay Act, the resource sensitive overlay district, which is another overlay district that we've established along the Rappahannock River corridor to discourage development and what the board has determined to be undesirable land uses within that corridor. And solar energy projects were one of the uses that the board identified that they did not want in that area. We also have enhanced design and development standards that address wildlife management and fencing and wildlife corridors. It encourages pollinator species to be planted wherever plantings for buffers or mitigate visual impacts. We also adopted some enhanced decommissioning requirements. The General Assembly stepped in and created some standards for decommissioning. We as a county felt that they were too broad and actually supplemented those standards with some of our own related to estimating, breaking down the cost by transportation, labor, materials, etc. So I think at the end of the day, we've tried to accommodate the potential development of solar projects in the county. We provided flexibility in our regulations where they are appropriate. For example, within the overlay district, you may have contiguous properties that don't fall within the overlay district, but it may be appropriate to consider them as part of a project. We allow those contiguous properties to be incorporated in the overlay district through the rezoning process. We also build provisions in where you can modify certain design or district standards with a separate special exception permit from the board of supervisors to give the board additional opportunities to review requested changes. So the end result, after the board adopted the ordinance in May of this year, we immediately had 3 applications the next morning We are up to 8 applications total, 6 minor and 2 major. We had our first public hearings at the Planning Commission last month on 1 major and 2 minor projects. I'd love to be able to sit here and tell you that we have a project that's gone all the way through the process, but we haven't quite gotten that far yet. Nor would I suggest to you that we are anywhere close to approving the first project in Carolina. Yeah. We're seeing many of the same issues that Sam had called out, a lot of neighborhood opposition. Some of that is the typical NIMBY argument, you know, they just don't want to see in their backyard. There's some substantive issues that have been raised in the course of the process. But quite frankly, most of the issues I think are addressed through the regulations the board adopts. So where new issues identified that perhaps wasn't fully vetted before, I think the process allows us to address that. Special
Thank you. Thank you so much for those details. I have a couple of questions I'd like to start with to get the Q&A session going. We have about 10 minutes left. Please start thinking of your questions, and if you get one, let me know, even if we're still talking up here, just so I can kind of keep an account and make sure there's time for it. First, I wanted to follow up with you, Mike. It looks like you have a cap for the major projects at 600 megawatts.
Yeah.
And a cap for the minor projects at 20 megawatts.
100.
At 100 megawatts. Okay, so that's eligible if the right project came along, 700 megawatts solar in Carolina.
Correct.
The state and the clean energy plan is calling for 5,500 megawatts of solar and wind by 2028. 100%, and then in the Clean Economy Act, 100% carbon-free by 2040, and 100% renewable by 2050. We'll start with you first. If you were to get these 700 megawatts in the county, do you have the capacity to review and process those, to do the plan review, the stormwater and ESC reviews, and handle all the construction, inspections, and everything that goes along with getting that presidential money?
I think the biggest area of concern for us will be in erosion and sediment control inspections. And we actually built into our provisions the ability to hire a third-party inspector of the county's choice. And the developer is responsible for the cost of those inspection services. Aside from that, I think we can handle the zoning and building reviews and inspections.
Great.
Yeah, our board was one project that we get approved, put a condition on that permit that basically said that, you know, they were gonna fund third-party EMS inspectors for the project. To date, that project has not got started and approved site plans yet. Site plan help, we do worry about our outside agencies. We involve the state agencies, DEP for stormwater, VDOT, for traffic related issues, and timing of those is always difficult at times. We know their state rates 4 times, but there are always concerned about that. Staff wise in-house, the site plan review would be the biggest one, probably the longest one after the permit is approved. But just from a pure staffing point from the use permit process, it's always difficult. And that's just about getting information, processing information, handling the public inquiries, scheduling the meetings, making sure there's about time, making sure that the planning commission has enough information. The only thing that I'll add to what Mike shared earlier about our process and what we've gone through is we've seen the more information that the better off everybody is. And the soil industry is recognized that, and they provided pretty clear applications. One of the biggest things that we're going to see in our new ordinance is going to be application requirements. Things to be submitted to the commission from the application. There's just more information up front, it makes it easier to determine in the end whether it actually is a good fit for Culpeper County. I think that'll be the biggest, along with some protection measures that are not currently in the policy today, preparing buffers, protection of soil, require soil samples to be taken. Some floodplain analysis that will require before. And those are all just related to the sheer size of the projects. In Culpeper, we don't have 200 to 1,700 acre developments. Just have. So that's been the biggest adjustment for us.
Thanks, Dan. You actually set me up for the next question. I was asking about that capacity in part because of the technical requirements and meeting our water quality and water quantity goals. We heard about those this morning. You talked about the reviews during planning and stormwater inspections during construction. Do you have any general thoughts about introducing utility scale solar on these large sites that may be removing trees or maybe actually managing stormwater with a better ground cover turf? And then the big question, of course, is what do you think will happen at the end? It's decommissioned and removed.
Obviously, decommissioning with anything of size is important, at least to have a plan in place. The surety behind that's important too. That's something our board has spent some time thinking about and making sure we have proper sureties in place for when that day does occur. We built in some buffers, we built in some setbacks in the policy that we have today. We built in some potential riparian buffers of 100 feet for the current draft we're working on now. There's a flip side to that. The bigger your setbacks, the bigger your buffers are, the more land area it consumes. That's something we've been cognizant of, trying to be paying attention to as well. You also, Mike mentioned something about that you don't really have your typical 2-acre project, and that's a wildlife access pool. That's been something that's big. We're looking at a 1,700-acre project, which is basically fenced in, and that's a big consideration over there. Other things that we've looked at, we actually had our last project that we were proposing Blackstone. We didn't know it at the time. When they came back through the site plan process, they said, yeah, we're going to blast certain areas to get the rapid systems in. That was not something that was considered at the time, but as a result, our policy and the ordinances probably will be changing to address that issue. And that's been the biggest thing that we've seen today, is just making sure that we're on top of those issues as they change and evolve. It's been difficult. Dominions continue to put out RFPs on a regular basis. We've seen a lot of large size projects, as I mentioned before, but now we're starting to see our first inquiries for what I would call smaller projects, 1 to 3 megawatt projects. Whereas Caroline County has an overlay district, we specifically have not taken that route. We have taken that route before on other things, and we feel like drawing a map with an overlay area draws attention to it and actually asks for it. As a community, we weren't sure we were really going to do that. I know that's not the Caroline County approach, but when you put things on a map, it draws attention, whether you like it or not. So we've not drawn an overlay district. What we have done is drawn a resource consideration map that we use in the policy today. It puts out our historic resources for the community, our prime soil, our prime ag soils, floodplain, wetlands where we know different resources that are out there to get away from places that we're trying to protect.
We do have one question from the audience that I'd like James Davis Martin to ask. I'm guessing it's related, and then we'll let Mike Finchum answer.
Are these projects lucrative for Waldon County? Have you envisioned like the development where they might offer
That is a wonderful question. I'm glad we're going to squeeze that in under the wire. The organizers let us. He asked, are these developments profitable for a county? And I have a list here of different state legislation that came out primarily in 2020 and some amendments in 2021, allowing the counties to negotiate some sort of revenue for the county beyond what the landowner is getting. And so it looks like Mike is very eager to address that.
I think in Caroline County, we operate with the position that rural and developing localities are subsidizing the conversion to clean energy. And we are subsidizing the businesses and industries that want to claim carbon credits or clean energy credits as part of their marketing strategy. For example, Amazon headquarters is not going to locate in Caroline County. But if Amazon is looking for 1,000 megawatts of solar or wind or other renewable energy, they're going to look to Caroline County or to a developer who's going to look to Caroline or another rural locality, which is where the land is, both in quantity and relatively inexpensive cost for the project that's being proposed. So we feel like as a county, we're actually subsidizing the conversion to clean energy. I think General Assembly has taken steps and the industry recognizing the concerns of local governments. And there's legislation that is built in, I think, to help close the gap between what a locality might otherwise get in revenue versus what the regulations or tax assessments for machinery and tools from the state corporation commission. But I'm not sure we're there yet. So I think part of the rationale in developing the regulations and the limitation on the number of megawatts in the county was in response to that underlying belief that rural localities are subsidizing that. There's proper legislation. To be honest with you, it's kind of swirly because it speaks to proffers for a special use or special exception permit that the General Assembly has never authorized that before. We have revenue sharing agreements. We have siting agreements. So I think it helps close the gap, but I'm not sure it's 100%.
Yes, those were the main four mechanisms you listed right there are the key, and communities can take advantage of all or some of those, and they can take advantage of them in different ways over time. But they're all new. There's new recipes on how to get the most benefit for the county, and we're also just keeping in mind that some of this legislation was proposed from the solar industry itself, and we're still trying to figure out what the long-term impact is going to be. We're going to have to call it there for the end of our session. I'd like to thank Sam and thank Mike. I'm going to wrestle them over to a table during the lunch break. So if you have any more questions, come on over and ask us and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Let's let him get the slides started here. So we get going. So I'm Jeff Waldon. I've been working with the Center for Natural Capital up at Rapidan, Virginia now for the last year and a half or so. And the project, one of several projects, but the main project that we've taken on when we moved up there was to gain access to the ownership of the old mill dam on the Rapidan River. So, Greg, how should I indicate to you to turn the slides? Just here we go. So the Rapidan mill dam, of course, it was put in the 30s. It was originally designed as a hydroelectric dam to power the grain mill that's located there. The grain mill has been defunct for decades now. The hydroelectric facility that was originally in there, of course, been defunct for even longer than that. So this is in many ways a derelict industrial thing that's blocking the river and building up a big pool of water behind it. The reason that we have all this interest in the Rapidan mill dam is the fish, right? The anadromous fish need to go from the salt water out the bay, and they travel up the rivers and they breed in the Rappahannock and the Rapidan. And then, of course, there's other species of fish, eels in particular, that breed out in the ocean and come up the river to live out their lives. Just as an aside, this is your quiz for today. It's a shad. Keep going. and herring, river herring, and American eels, and stripers. Nobody's helping me out here. And then whatever this thing is. So the fish that are all involved here are, to one degree or another, are very important to both the ecology of the bay, the ecology of the river systems, and the economics of commercial fishing and recreational fishing. So the fish, this is a big deal, right? The shad and herring were the largest commercial catch in Virginia for generations. These dams have pretty much ended that situation, that resource. Can you go back one, please? This particular slide is one that was prepared by the Smithsonian, the folks out at Edgewater, not the ones we're more familiar with for Royal, but the Edgewater group. They've been doing something called eDNA sampling, which is a technique where they can take water samples and they can detect the DNA of different species that inhabit the water column. This is a map that they produced to show where they've detected river herring. River herring were a huge resource within the bay for millennia. And now we have river herring all the way through the Rappahannock system. Once the large dam was removed down here at Fredericksburg some years back, they started to recolonize and migrate up these river systems, except for this big red spot over here, which indicates blue spot, that's where the Rapidan mill dam is. So we've gotten evidence of river herring all the way at the base of the dam. We've got no evidence of river herring above the dam. Not surprisingly, since it's be unlikely at all they could be able to ever get over this thing. We've also got evidence of stripers that have been caught at the base of the dam, and those stripers, of course, above the dam. So next, please. So this project is hideously complex and expensive, but super important. You've been called out in any number of reports over the years as a as a huge with a problem and an opportunity if we could get this thing addressed. Lots of resident fish, the anadromous and catadromous fish, the ecological connection idea for mussels and for other organisms that need to be able to utilize this part of the river. Thank you, please. And then there's the prioritization of dam or stream impediments over the entire Chesapeake Bay. There was a study of that done by the Nature Conservancy funded by NOAA some years back, and they ranked all of the dams in Chesapeake Bay by how problematic they are or what kind of impact they have. And this table here shows you that or indicates the top 4 dams in the entire Chesapeake Bay. And you may recognize the one on top, Conowingo Dam. You've probably heard of that one, right? That's the humongous dam of Susquehanna. That's a big hydroelectric dam. Bosher's Dam at Richmond. A lot of you probably know about that one. That one was modified heavily to allow fish passage quite a number of years ago now. There's one at Brassfield, and then we have the Rapidan Dam. It's the 4th ranked dam in the entire Chesapeake Bay. So this might be a little bit hard to see with all the lights on it here, but this thing out in the river, this dam, holds back water and pushes it back up the river. The amount of pool, the area behind the dam, is a little bit in question right now, but it's obvious when you're in a kayak on the river, it's pretty obvious where the pool starts. It's probably going to be somewhere around 8,000 feet, could be 10,000 feet. There's another 500 to 1,500 feet below the dam. It's also impacted by the change in hydrography at the dam. So the physical area of habitat that's directly impacted by the dam, winds up being around 10,000 feet. The goals of this thing are to certainly to restore habitat, improve water quality of the pounded area. It will change, if we're able to remove it, it would change the temperature regime of the water, because water comes into the pool, it warms up, it comes over the dam, you got warm water running down the river. It's changed the sediment deposition and flow of sediment down the river. Every river has not only flows water, but it flows sediment. And sediment, we talk about it like it's one thing, but it's lots of different things. Right? It's a lot of sand and silt and organic debris and whatnot. And in this case, you can actually see the sediment that's been piled up by the dam, the sediment scouring that's going off below the dam. Okay, let's keep going. So here's where we are today. This is the reporting part of this presentation. Where we are today is we're doing scoping data, trying to get ready to go into a financing phase. So we've done some review of historic resources, some electrofishing below the dam that DWR conducted. We've done some sediment sampling, depth data collection above the dam to try and get a handle on what the scope and scale of the project is. And then I've had engineers and biologists and all kinds of folks, doing visual surveys of the pool and above the pool, trying to determine if there are incoming streams that have the potential for becoming problems with head cutting, and to identify what the potential volume of sediment is in the pool. Yeah, that one. And then we have to And then we go into this financing stage where we have to, resolve the ownership of the dam. Right now, our group has a purchase contract. So as soon as we close that transaction, the owners will own it. God help us, we'll own a dam. Part of that process is that that particular dam has a FERC license from the old hydroelectric process they were going to. The previous owners went in there and kept that up and reinstalled some small hydroelectric equipment and whatnot. They got their FERC exemption updated, so they kept that up. For some reason, I really can't tell you because the economics don't work, but they did keep that up. So there's a FERC exemption that has to be resolved. And you can't just surrender the FERC exemption and walk away. There's a whole process. And we're going through that right now. So we're writing up the FERC surrender, working with the landowner to figure all that stuff out, and working with FERC on how that's going to happen. And then we get to the financing step, and this is not a cheap operation to get this done. So depending on how it happens, it's between $1 million and $4 million. And the big range there, of course, is driven by the sediment and how much of the project has to have riparian buffers installed and what sort of requirements are put on the project to do revegetation. Because once the water goes away, you can have a lot of exposed bank. Land that was underwater is not going to be underwater any longer, so they're going to have to do something about revegetating those areas. Okay, so the plan A for this financing step is a relatively new process that's been approved at the national level, but not in Virginia yet, and that is to use the mitigation banking rules to set up a private investment structure to come in and do the project, claim the mitigation credits, and then resell those credits in the watershed. That process has been rolling along now. There's an interagency review team that's been out there, and we're at the negotiation step of what the IRT is going to require, what they're going to allow, whether that makes sense from the economics. If that fails for whatever reason, then we're back into a mostly federal competitive grant process. And there are multiple grant opportunities. And we've opened that discussion with some of the federal partners. They're very open to helping to fund this. So I think that plan B will take a lot longer. It's going to be like a 2 or 3 or 4 year process. If we can get plan A to work with the mitigation bank process, we could be done with this and ready to go next year for this fall. So all the steps, though, you don't get to skip any steps, right? Because of how you funded it. So there's still all the mussel surveys, all the sediment work, all the modeling, all the permits have to be done. The historic resources study has, so there's this long list of requirements that have to be met, whether you're funding it through a mitigation bank or you're funding it through some sort of a granting process. Okay, so like I say, data collection for planning 2020, 2021 through 2022, really focus on sediment and mussels, because those are the two issues that are going to drive the cost model. The anadromous fish stuff is important, but we already know enough about that to be pretty comfortable with it. Pool morphology is something that will be done with the GPS enabled sonar, is how that typically that's done these days. And then the historic resources already mentioned. All right. Planning. Right now we have some partners that are working on the planning stuff for us. There's an engineering firm called Kimley Horn is doing a lot of this stuff. There's another group called Biohabitats. The person that is involved with the project is formerly with American Rivers, has done dozens of these dam removal projects around the country. So we feel pretty good about the team we put together. The engineering piece that Kimberly Horn will take on, really focuses on planning of the physical deconstruction process, sediment transport models, what happens to the railroad bridge that's upstream and the VDOT bridge that's downstream, if anything. We don't think anything will happen to them because they're all locked into the bedrock, but there may be some requirement for protecting those structures. There's a whole revegetation step that has to be resolved. We already know the long-term stewardship piece will probably be a combination of our group, the Center for Natural Capital. We have a landscaping company that we operate called Soil Keepers, and a group called Ecotone that's going to be the primary contractor for the entire mitigation. There's also a monitoring plan, historic resources plan, education. We're partnering with the Friends of the Rappahannock. So Brian and I have been working out how to deal with that. We really want to tie in the work that the FOR has been doing in the northern half of the watershed and build that up in Rapidan. And base it a lot on this anadromous fish. And then also there's a research component that Virginia Tech and Smithsonian want to continue to pursue. The eDNA stuff that I mentioned earlier, that's not really something that's been used a lot in Virginia, but it's got a lot of promise in a lot of areas beyond anadromous fish. Virginia Tech wants to build that capacity up to be able to do it in other projects. And the Smithsonian, that I've already had one of their students down at Rapidan doing temperature studies. And I think that group will continue to want to do their anadromous fish work. So that's the end of the update for everybody. And I'd be happy to take some questions. I'm sure we've got some time at this point, right? So any questions about how this is going to work? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Rapid Indiana has been an activity identity for people to your connections with the people who live there and have competition for.
Sure. Yeah, the challenge here is like I'm about half deaf in 1 year, so everybody's going to have to screen it. Yes, absolutely. The community has to be involved in this. So, and the community is not just the people in the village. They're the drive over the bridge and look at the dam. It's the landowners that abut the pool. There's 5 landowners that abut the pool, and one of which would be the Center for Natural Capital. So of those 5, some have already put their land under conservation easement, probably with, I don't know with who, but probably with Piedmont Environmental Council. And some have been faithful supporters of the center. There's a couple that we are approaching and kind of new. So I think for the most part, we're at least the landowners in the area are on board. I don't want to speak for them, or they all have their own opinion on how this should be done. That's fine. But the village, and how the village sees that I think is an interesting question. And so, they don't have any legal standing. It's a private dam. It's private, do kind of whatever we want with it, really. But that's not a very good answer. Right? So you need to be able to say to the community, well, what's what's this going to look like, and how's it going to be handled, and is there going to be any impact to the rest of the village? We've got some really good answers for that at this point. Mostly because there's land in the village, right at the edge of the village, on the other side of the river, that will be in play, that potentially could become a pocket park or some other sort of village resource. I've already talked to everybody, on the team. They're all kind of on board with that. We have not presented that to the people of the village yet, although it's like a small high school. Everybody knows everything that's going on to one degree or another. So I'm sure they've heard about it. And we've had very good talks with some of those folks as well, because they're on our board too. So the answer to your question is yes, that's an issue. The strategy is we need to keep talking with them, keep that dialogue going. And I think we'll come to a really good conclusion ultimately. So anybody else? No?
I have a question. Has there been any discussion of public access, or like what is the closest access there for those of us who are on that?
Yeah, so I didn't mention that of course, one issue here of it's not just fish passage, right? It's people passage. There is a nascent blueways study that's been kind of bumping along here for the last year or two. The dam is a problem if you're going to have any sort of recreational access to that part of the river. My hope is that one day we'll have public access down there, but that's kind of up in the air too. If we can't get this project done, then not much is going to happen. If the village is adamantly opposed to public access down there, well, that's a problem. So there's a lot of steps that have to be, a lot of things we have to get over, a lot of hurdles to get over before we can say one way or the other how it's going to turn out. That's a very wishy-washy way of saying, hello. Anybody else?
Could you discuss what a FERC exemption is?
No one uses that term, FERC exemption, in their everyday conversations. No, the Federal Energy and Regulatory Commission is the federal body that is in charge of all things hydroelectric. So if you want to produce hydroelectric power on a stream of any size, then you have to get a license. If it's a small installation, you get an exemption from a license. But the exemption still comes with strings. So their electric production is so small, they qualify for an exemption. So you didn't have to get the full license. But they're still obligated to maintain their facility in a safe manner, to decommission their facility if they terminate their project. The decommissioning process can be fairly easy or fairly complicated, depending on what kind of dam it is. In this case, I think our plan to, remove or really highly modify the dam will satisfy for that. That's how it's going to happen. So yeah, there's a whole world that honestly I kind of knew about it, but I didn't really know about it. I'm learning more about it now. That is required to deal with that whole process. Okay. Anybody else? Nope. Anybody on the line? Nope. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, for our next presentation, I have the distinct pleasure to introduce Woodrow Walker from the Rappahannock tribe. He will be speaking to us on traditional ecological knowledge and conservation in the contemporary Rappahannock community.
Thank you, Mr. Hunsinger, for that fine introduction. Guys, my name is Woodie Walker. I'm an environmentalist, historian, and curator for the Rappahannock tribe, whose homeland is the Middle Peninsula. We have a tribal center, and the center of our contemporary community is Indian Neck, and that's about 7 miles inland from Rappahannock. Before I go too much further, I want to thank Daria Christian, Brian Hoffman, and the entire FOR staff for putting this together. I worked for 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 5 years, from 2013 to 2018, and it was just an incredible experience. So I'm very thankful and proud of what they do for our river and watershed. And I have to thank John Tippett in the back of the room, who hired me in 2013 and changed my world. So anyway, I'm very lucky to work for the Rappahannock tribe. I am not a tribal member. I'm a staff member. They hired me after working with them on some history projects and some science projects for several years. They hired me last fall to be their conservationist, environmentalist. I'm funded by an EPA grant, capacity building grant, that all of the federally recognized tribes in Virginia received last in 2018 when they received recognition. They all sought this EPA money, and they've hired someone like me for every Virginia Indian community that is federally recognized. And that's great. We partner together on things through something called a regional tribal committee through the EPA. We're doing a lot of things. So let's get into the presentation. One of the things that I'm most interested in working with is traditional ecological knowledge. And that's a fancy way of saying what we all understand, right? Indigenous communities know a lot about the ecology of their homeland because they've been here for so long. And we see this being very valuable across Indigenous Native communities across the world. So I'm looking for ways to connect my contemporary Rappahannock community with the science that is being done by people, a lot of people like you who are in this room today. So what is TEK? It's the knowledge passed down over generations. The Rappahannock tribe, they're a historical Algonquin community. And I want to stop right there for just a second because I thought of something earlier. I think it's really cool that we're here in Fredericksburg today at the fall line. Before I talk about the community, let's think about the fall line here. It's right, it's an ecological mixing zone, right? We've got the Piedmont upstream, the coastal plain downstream, and it's all running together right here. Lots of things changing, flora, fauna, changing because of this mixing zone. Well, when it comes to Native communities, this was a cultural mixing zone as well. At the time of contact, in 1607, 1608, John Smith coming up the river, there were the Algonquin communities, of which the Rappahannock were one, who lived downstream from here. Upstream, beginning here, like right here at Hunter's Island, we had the Mannahoats. You guys have probably read about the fight with John Smith that occurred there. It was a small, kind of a battle, skirmish. Anyway, above here, we had Siouan-speaking communities. The Mannahoat were the tribe that was here at contact, culturally related to the Monacan, and that's a federally recognized tribe today. So they're one of the 7 sovereign Indian nations of Virginia, the Monacans. So they are culturally related to the communities who were here at the time of contact. So back to the Rappahannock tribe, historical Algonquin community, lots of villages. When Smith came up the river, he identified dozens of villages, starting all the way down at the Stingray Point, mouth of the river, coming up. past current day Rappahannock. Some of you guys probably know where Phones Cliffs is. That side of the river, that northern neck side, is their historic homeland for their villages. Archaeological evidence tells us, and oral history from the tribal members itself, tell us that that northern neck side of the world around Warsaw, Cat Point Creek, they had a really big village there. That was home place for where they had villages that were semi-permanent and lots of agriculture. Whereas the other side of the river, the south side around Rappahannock, that was more of a hunting and fishing turf. And it works out that way today. It's really cool what the archaeology shows that they did then and how we use it today, because we have really great agriculture on the northern neck right up to the river around Warsaw. But on the other side, it's a great place to go hunting and fishing. So Cat Point Creek, historical homeland centered there. A couple of sources for further reading. This guy, James Rice, Nature and History of the Potomac Country. If you're interested at all in environmental history of this area, especially it's focused on the northern neck, but it speaks to the entire watershed. That's a great source. Also, the second bottom source is some archaeological work that was done by people from St. Mary's College, as well as a lot of professors, Lauren McMillan from UMW. So tells you a lot about the past, the historic Rappahannock community. Next. Today, the descendants of that historical Rappahannock community, along with descendants of other Native communities who occupied lands and villages along the lower river, they coalesced 17th century, into what we call the Rappahannock tribe today. We have a community centered in Indian Neck, a tribal center. There are about 350 Rappahannock tribal members. Most of them live on the Middle Peninsula, but there are some from California all the way to New Jersey. For the last almost 400 years, they've been right there in Indian Neck. It's pretty well documented in the historical record. They have a long tradition of farming, fishing, logging, hunting in that area. Businesses in the 1800s, all through the early 1900s, up till just after World War II, really focused on logging and agriculture. And still, agriculture plays a big part of it today. The tribe owns 200 acres of farmland right there in Indian Neck. Most of the tribal members, many of them, have some sort of agricultural holding that in most cases they manage through a tenant farmer. Next, please. Kind of our flagship program to get the young people of the tribal community re-engaged with the river, re-engaged with some of that cultural knowledge like TEK, is through a program we call Return to the River. It's been around for several years. Due to COVID, like a lot of outdoor activities where people would get together and go out, it kind of took a hit the last 2 summers. We're bringing it back, I hope. If COVID will let us, we've gotten some money and I've bought some kayaks. One of the things we want to do is we want to get our young people back on the water, help them learn their history, because not all of them know their community history, as well as some of that traditional knowledge that can be passed down by their elders, right? So let's do that. These are examples of, in years past, 2 summers ago, these are tribal members in the area of Naylor's Beach and Cat Point Creek, which is just not far from the other side, near Warsaw. Next slide. When I wanted to connect my contemporary community to science and what is going on in fisheries management, ecological management today, I talked with them and I talked to them about fisheries concerns, climate change. We talked about blue catfish, but when I finally hit on river herring, the Rappahannock community, their interest really peaked up because they remember up just a few decades ago what they call dipping herring, right? So catching herring in a big net. And the alewives and the blueback herring that we collectively call river herring, that was a subsistence food source for them forever. I mean, we're thinking about native communities, right? Maybe have been in our region somewhere around 10,000 years. But as recently as the 1940s, there was an anthropologist that came out of the University of Pennsylvania, a guy named Frank Speck. He got to be really good friends with the Rappahannock leadership, and he did a great service to them by documenting their culture as well as their genealogy, which served the tribe very well in the 80s when they saw state recognition, and then more recently when they saw federal recognition, because you can go back to the books that this guy wrote in 1925 and in 1946 and see pictures of the grandparents of the contemporary Rappahannock people today. In 1947, I have articles published by this guy, anthropologist, where my contemporary chief, Chief Ann Richardson, raise your hand if you've ever met Chief Ann. Oh, you guys know, she's a visionary. Okay. Well, in 1947, her grandfather salted, he put up 3,000 herring for his family for that year. Now, her uncle, who we call Little Otha put up 4,000 herring. He had 4 kids. So you can see that's just right after World War II, right? These fish were still an important food source. So today, when there just aren't as many river herring to the point that we're not supposed to catch them anymore, we're not supposed to be in possession of them, anybody. It's really cool to find something that they're interested in. So this is something that we're working with folks like Dr. Henry Leggett from the Smithsonian on his eDNA studies that the prior speaker was talking about. Those guys are all part of the conversation of how to bring back these fish. Removing the dam at the Rapidan Dam will certainly help in this watershed. But what Dr. Leggett tells me is that there's just and we saw this in a graphic earlier, so many dams throughout the Chesapeake Bay watershed in other states and other tribs that are just keeping these anadromous fishes from moving around. So anyway, river herring, that's my poster child for connecting my contemporary Rappahannock community, their memories of ecological knowledge with what scientists are doing today. Next slide. So our environmental program, conservation program, as I mentioned, is funded by the EPA. It's a multi-year capacity building fund grant that all of the 7 Virginia tribes that are federally recognized have taken advantage of. So they all hired someone, me. We worked together through a EPA Region 3 tribal committee. We're doing a lot of really good things, talking to each other, sharing knowledge and concerns and interests. Some of our priorities that the tribal community has identified that they want me to focus on are, number 1, improving surface water quality. So that means working with folks like DEQ, helping them with TMDLs. Well, what assistance can we provide? One of the things we can do is citizen science. Another way of connecting my community, right, with what's going on in the science world. So our EPA funding is going to pay for us to get training and equipment and do water quality sampling in places along our contemporary homeland today. That will help DEQ get data. Indoor air quality. In talking with our housing department, it was identified that there's some problems with our older people in these older homes. They have a lot of mold. We're not sure if it's mold. Is that mold? Is that a problem? EPA is going to give us training and equipment to train not just me, but tribal members, young community members, about how to go out into these homes to determine, is this a problem? And if so, how do we fix it? A personal project that I'm really interested in that the tribe has picked up on is forest plant propagation, including medicinal plants. And through this EPA regional committee, we're all going to make a field trip down to Cherokee, North Carolina this fall and meet the Eastern Band of Cherokee. They are really, really good at forest plant propagation. They understand medicinal plants. When the foresters were talking earlier about a need for trees, how they need to grow more trees, boy, my interest peaked up because I want to grow trees, but I want to grow trees like chinkapins and persimmons and damson plums, what my name for a wild plum in Virginia. I want to grow these plants that's hard to get so that when guys like Brent, FOR, work with places, it's pretty easy for them to get grass seeds and cool flowers, but the shrubs and the woody plants are sometimes a little harder. And so I'm looking for a way to fill that need. Nearshore archaeology sites, and climate change planning. I'm working on that on a lot of different fronts. One of the things we have going on in Ches Bay is we have the United States largest wind-driven energy source project. They're going to put like 200 turbines, 200 feet tall, 26 miles out off Virginia Beach. It's a cool project. I sure hope it's done the best way. What I really appreciate is that Dominion, BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, they are reaching out to the tribes. They're asking all of us, hey, when we make this break from coming in from 26 miles out, start approaching the shore, and then get up on the land, are we going to disturb any cultural sites that you're aware of? I appreciate that they're working with us, and that's what the indigenous communities want. They just want to be consulted. Let's solve problems before they happen. So climate change, we've all heard about it. I'm really interested in it. There's some great Native American indigenous resources. The Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals, ITEP, is an example of places that have scholarly academic standing. These are PhDs and scientists, but they're all Native Americans, right? And they bring that Native aspect to the environmental training that we get through them on things like climate change. So it's a great resource for us. And lastly, as I wrap up, that L word, land. We want our land back. Okay, it's meant to get a giggle, but yes, indigenous communities really do want to return to the river. The Chickahominy down in Richmond, you guys are probably familiar with them. They recently bought some land along the Chickahominy River. Other tribes are doing the same thing. The Rappahannocks are also interested in that. One of the things that my chief, Chief Ann Richardson, one of the things she likes to say when she talks to groups like this, she says, we're not casino people, we're river people. So she sees land acquisition as a way not only to return to community, return to the river, but also build opportunities for environmental education with an indigenous theme. And when I say that, those of you who have been to Presqu'île Island, where JRA runs that really cool environmental education center, there's an example of something that our tribe is very interested in. The Brock Environmental Center down at the Lynn Haven Inlet is another example where shared office space. So I can see a world where, you know, our tribe, Friends of the Rappahannock, Friends of the Rappahannock Valley Refuge, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Virginia Department of Forestry, we're all partnering on managing areas and working together on projects to conserve areas like Farms Cliffs. So the last thing, consultation. That's what the tribes are asking for from the conservation agencies. I'm so pleased, you know, the feds are mandated, they must talk to us. There's laws out there that says the EPA's got to call us and ask us what we think about environmental impacts. The state agencies are doing that on their own. I get lots of calls from every one of our conservation agencies. They are reaching out to the tribes. Most all of our state agencies have someone who's labeled or identified as the tribal liaison. So it's great. It's a great opportunity for us to work together. Last slide. That's me. I got business cards with me. If you guys have any questions, please say so now. We got a few minutes, or find me afterwards. And thank you for being here today. Yes, sir.
Are you working with the Chesapeake Electric Cooperative on your
Everybody hear a question about citizen monitoring? No, we're going to get training, not yet, but if there's something there I need to know, please tell me. We'll get training through EPA. test equipment through EPA. When I was with FOR, we had citizen monitoring and we reported that data to Alliance for Chesapeake Bay, I believe, who got that data to DEQ.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I don't want to do anything for just practice. I want to do good stuff. And I want to work with DEQ and ask them, where do you need the data? I don't want to just randomly go pick out a stream because it's close to me. I want to find out where those impaired waters are, where they want more data. And that's where we help them. And then we help solve those problems. So thank you for that point. Anybody else? Thank you all for being here today. And thanks, FOR.
Okay, so for our final presentation of the afternoon, thanks again for everyone who has stayed around with us, stayed late, as it were. I have the pleasure of introducing someone who I've known for quite a while. Her name is Shereen Hughes. She's the Assistant Director of Wetlands Watch Virginia and the coordinator for the Chesapeake Bay Landscape Professional Program. Today, she's speaking on green workforce development, Chesapeake Bay Landscape Professional Training for your community.
Thank you, Brent. And by the way, Brent is a certified CBLP, as is Brian Hoffman. Yay! So welcome, everybody. Brent, if you could forward it. My talk should actually not just be about training for your community, but maybe even training for your community of practice, because one of the things about our certification is and training for green infrastructure practices, wetlands restoration, or watershed restoration practices, and sustainable landscaping is it crosses over a lot of boundaries, a lot of professional boundaries, a lot of training boundaries. And so what we've tried to do is actually build a collaborative community of practice through our training program. And it was actually designed to grow the workforce and engage the private sector so that we could meet our water quality goals. And what we found was there were a lot of challenges to implementing these stormwater practices on private property. There were programs like Virginia Conservation Assistance Program. A lot of the watershed groups have cost share programs. And the real problems were they get the practices in, they maybe run some training programs, but the training funding and the programs would run out with the grant funding. And there was just a need for a consistent ongoing training program. And also a program that focused not on just the design and installation of stormwater practices and sustainable conservation practices, but on the maintenance of those practices. And at the time that we started this, it was 2014, and people were saying, well, wow, the landscape community would make a great group to be maintaining these practices, but they weren't trained. And the landscape community and the landscape contractors in and of themselves were having a problem recruiting new people to their professions too, youth to their professions. So we were designing this program to meet those local watershed group programs, local government programs, and it originally was focused on landscape professionals. But if you could go to the next thing. We just found out that it was more than just landscape professionals. So we got grant funding. Next, sorry. So the landscape professional program, we've been doing it since 2016. We now have 750 professionals certified level 1 throughout the Chesapeake Bay watershed, and we have about 190 professionals certified in Virginia. So I'm really proud of all the way we've come. We designed it actually to collaborate and be aligned with a lot of existing professional credentials, because a lot of the people that we talked to said they were tired of having to earn their CEUs for many different certifications. So we made it a stackable type credential. So anybody that goes through our training program can earn CEUs for as certified horticulturalists. Virginia DEQ stormwater inspectors and planners can earn CEUs, urban nutrient managers can earn CEUs, certified arborists. So we have certified designers, the landscape architecture LACES program earns CEUs. So So by making it stackable and collaborating with all those just different organizations, people can earn their CEUs for often 2 years worth of CEUs for their recertification for other programs. So I think that's a really valuable thing. We also, like I said, we wanted to focus on consistent training, consistent design, consistent installation, consistent maintenance, because there are mistakes that are made all along the way. And so we focus on a common knowledge across sustainable landscaping practices, watershed health, and green infrastructure stormwater practices. We also developed a way, a community of practice, and we have a network and a place for people to come to find those professionals. So if you're interested in hiring somebody in the private sector, or even somebody that you might want to hire away from one of your other organizations or local governments, we have a place for you to come and find it. And then we've established a network of training partners as well, training experts. Next, please. So it was a collaborative effort. I like to call it collective impact. When we developed this, Wetlands Watch was one of the consortium partners in developing it. The certification is administered by the Chesapeake Conservation Landscaping Council because it is a bay-wide organization, whereas Wetlands Watch is Virginia-based. So we provide the Virginia services of coordination. We also brought about 40 different organizations, nonprofits, technical advisors, training experts all together. We have a steering committee where we make decisions by consent. And we have a lot of different training partners. And one of the things Brian wanted me to cover is how could we partner with you? And so we often will plan a training based on demand. So if a partner comes to us and says, we want a bunch of people in our area to get trained, we'll host it. We provide you with some registration fee discounts, and you host it, and then you need about 15 people to run a training. So that's one way that we can partner. Next, please. It's based on the guiding principles of the Chesapeake Conservation Landscaping Council. These are the 8 essential elements, and it really crosses across sectors, like I said before, landscaping, stormwater, and watershed health. Next. And I think what I would say about our training is that our secret sauce, couple secret sauces that we have, is one is we do a lot of focus on native plants and use of native plants and understanding how to care for them and recognize them, which ones are the right ones there, because that's often where a lot of these practices fail. The other secret sauce we have is we have hands-on experience. We go out in the field and we look at different types of practices and we learn to evaluate them. So we have kind of our flagship program, which is our level 1 training and our advanced level 2 training. Level 1 is a common core knowledge, and you have to take a 100-question exam and pass it with 75% score or higher. Our level 2 is more like a refined knowledge of design and installation of small-scale best management practices. And the focus of that was all these existing urban and suburban developments that need retrofits. And those don't necessarily have to go through a regulatory approval process, but there are a lot of cost share programs associated with them. And people needed to know that they could depend on the people designing and installing these practices to know what they were doing. So that was our advanced program. We've also had some offshoots. So we now teach level 1. We call it CBLP 101 with a community college partner through a semester program. Our first one was in Baltimore County, and we've been running it for about 3 years. And 2 of our paid trainers are now adjunct professors there. And we're looking to expand that into the community college in Virginia as well. And then we have a number of certificate programs, which I'll talk about next. So here's our level 1 program. And as I said, it's, well, let me back up a little bit. With COVID, it used to be a 2-day in-person program, 2 days in a row. One day was mostly inside, the other day was all outside, but we adapted it to COVID. And we do 2 online half-day sessions, some pre-recorded webinars, videos, and exercises as well. And then we do a full-day field practice where we go and we visit a variety of different sites. Next, please. One of the things that we do is we teach the people that attend how to evaluate these BMPs and look for design, installation, or maintenance problems. Another thing we focus on is adaptive management. A lot of the practices we look at could be 20 years old, 15 years old, 10 years old. Some look great and some look really bad. And so what do you do if you have problems, or if you encounter what looks like a structural problem? Who do you talk to? Who do you go to report that? And then if you are a maintenance person, what kinds of recommendations do you have to adapt the existing vegetation? For instance, it's aged out. Maybe it was all sun-loving plants, and now there's trees, and all the sun-loving ground cover is shaded, and it doesn't exist anymore. What would you recommend for conditions as they are? These are living systems. We need to think about how to adapt those living systems and how to manage them over time in that adaptation. And so we teach people how to inspect and verify that the practices are still there and functioning as designed. Thanks. So who are we training? Like I said, it started out as landscape professionals, but it's grown beyond that. And anybody who works in the green infrastructure field comes from a variety of different backgrounds, and we need to cross-train them. And so, we're training all these different professionals, and they could be local government staff, state agency staff, they could be nonprofit staff, they could be private contractors. Next, please. That's our level 2 design. Once again, we get out and we practice what we preach. And they have to do a design project where they do a retrofit using what we call a treatment train, a series of practices on a small scale urban lot. And they're evaluated on how well they've applied what they've learned. One other thing I would say is every level 1 certified professional has to do a hands-on project, BMP project, within the first year of certification. And so we've been measuring the impacts of our certification and the work that these people are doing. Next, please. We've also, we only have enough time to hit on the basics for these trainings. And another part of the training is really learning what great key references are already out there that you should know where to go get information if you need it. But we've also found that there's a desire for more advanced knowledge in certain areas. And so we've done these focused webinars and in-person workshops. One of our certified professionals who's also on our steering committee is a maintenance professional, and he's trying to convert all of his commercial maintenance to sustainable maintenance practices. And he has asked to teach 2 workshops, and he's taught 2 of our workshops. I'm going to be running a series of urban buffer design charrettes in October. And it's mainly online, but we've picked 3 different types of sites in different parts of the watershed to represent the challenges of urban buffer design. Next, please. This is the Community College of Baltimore County. That's CBLP level 1, CBLP 101. It's taught in a semester. We have a Southwest Virginia 4-year college that wants to teach it in a semester through their environmental program. Next, please. These are our new certificate programs. So We had a number of instances where maintenance crews got sent through our training and they really just had a hard time with that exam. And maybe they didn't need to know everything that was learned in the to do their job properly. And so we developed a one-day certificate training for for maintenance crews that are specifically working on BMPs. And we'll be running one of those in Charlottesville. Then we also did a riparian buffer training. James River Association and the Upper and Middle James Riparian Buffer Consortium came to us last year and said, we need training for riparian buffer professionals. We need to recruit more people to get into the business. We need new staff for DOF coming through our training, and we've used DOF existing, professionals within DOF to be our trainers, JRA experienced professionals to be our trainers, and cooperative extension. At the same time, we also piloted training, the certificate training program with the Department of Corrections at the Goochland facility, State Farm facility. And some of the women coming out of that facility will have professional certification of that professional certificate. And we worked with one of the private contractors that works with JRA, and they're offering them jobs as they come out. We did this simultaneously in Pennsylvania. So we ran them together because there was a demand for it. And we were able to use the expertise of people in Pennsylvania to do trainings online. So we did a combination of online and in-person field experiences. I am also in charge of developing a living shoreline training. And we got funding through the James River Association. We are part of the Living Shoreline Collaborative in the lower James River. And I would like to invite all of you to be part of that collaborative. We're trying to expand it beyond the James River and really build a collective impact. As much as we need riparian buffers to meet our Bay TMDLs, we also need shoreline management, living shorelines. And there just aren't enough contractors out there right now. So we're working with VIMs and private contractors, and we're looking for ways to develop a certificate training program for living shoreline contractors. Next. There aren't enough people, young people, going into the landscape field, into horticulture. We need people who know horticulture, know native plants, raise native plants, install native plants, care for native plants. And there just aren't enough people going into those professions. A lot of the horticulture programs are closing down in the high schools and community colleges. So we said, well, let's mentor and recruit and train as a workforce development initiative. Let's work with high schools and summer internship programs. So we started in Howard County, Maryland with Howard EcoWorks. They already had an existing program called Ready that they were doing that the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay developed. And we integrated it into their program. I recently integrated it into a summer internship in Virginia with the Elizabeth River Project at Paradise Creek Nature Center. And now I'm working with the City of Portsmouth Schools and their horticulture teacher. She just got level 1 certified, and now we're going to train her to teach this program, the certificate program, in her horticulture class. And so I'm very excited about that. It's accepted as through the CTE program, Career and Technical Ed program, as a professional certificate. So next. We've also developed a couple of resources, but most of our resources were already out there. We just used the good ones. But there wasn't really a good sustainable landscapes maintenance manual. So this was an award-winning manual developed by Cheryl Corson. And it covers a lot of the basics. There's still more to learn, of course, the practical applications, but it's a good manual. Next, please. We needed a really good resource for native plants, the best native plants for bioretention and other BMPs that use native plants. And so we developed this resource. We call it the safari cards because it was based on those animal safari cards for kids. The front side of each plant card has design and best practices for where it belongs within a practice. And the flip side has maintenance details. So when's the right time to maintain it? What should you do to maintain it? These are available for purchase, as is the landscape maintenance manual. And all the rest of our references are pretty much free to download from our website. Go ahead. So these are all the outcomes. Can you read them instead of me reading them to you? We're really proud of all that we've achieved. And I think we've certified about 300 professionals, level 1 professionals during COVID. I'm a little bit frazzled, let me just say. But we've done it. We did it with masks and voice amplifiers, and we got people out in the field. Next. I am also, it says 2019, because I haven't had the time to add up the hands-on CEU projects and calculate the nitrogen, sediment, phosphorus reductions from our hands-on CEU projects that they report. But this is the impact of certified professionals. From I think about 120 the first year, 75 the second year, and another 150 the third year. So we were making an impact, and I'm really proud of it. This is a design from CBLP, who works for Lewis Ginter Botanical Gardens, and it's a buffer that she designed, a native plant buffer around the lake. Next, please. So we are training people to become a community of practice to help everybody in the watershed meet our water quality goals, but our ecology goals as well. So we really match habitat, water quality, all different kinds of green infrastructure. So, they're all different types of natural and nature-based practices that we're trying to use to meet our goals. Next. Lots of stuff going on. We're finishing up our level 1 training. We start our level 2 training in November. We're doing another buffer training in the Charlottesville area. The urban buffer design charrettes in October. The buffer training in Charlottesville is in November. And we'll start back up with level 1 in the winter. So we try and run most of our trainings in the winter and late summer when most people are slower, although lately that hasn't been the case. There are very few slow times. Next. So let's work together. I was asked, have you started doing level 1 in the community colleges? How are you partnering with them? Whenever we run our trainings we run them on ODU campus and on UVA grounds, and the MS4 permit managers are partners because they get to claim it as, to meet their education outreach goals. ODU staff has been sending their maintenance and their design staff through our training every time we run a training, and they're always asking us who wants to work for us when they're finished getting their certification. So there are people that are looking for people with these skills. The maintenance crew field is really difficult to fill. It's difficult because the existing maintenance staff often don't have any horticultural knowledge, or their knowledge of horticulture is, weed whack and mow. And they're not as inclined to change. And as soon as localities train them or a facility trains them, they get that certification, and then they take it and they go someplace else that'll pay them another $1 or $2 an hour. And then there aren't new people coming in. So that's really been a challenge. But go ahead. That's it. Oh, please contact me. I have cards. I have information about our program. Are there any questions? Is that too fast? Everybody.
I just want to say it's not lost on me that today, if some of us weren't here, we had an urban tree canopy meeting for things such as this. And one of the things on the docket that they're
discussing literally right now in our room in Richmond is the need to develop a green workforce that they say state funded, but the work that's been done in the private sector lays the foundation for that. And so therefore, she won't brag about herself, but we all owe them for developing this a big debt of gratitude. I apologize for speaking on that, but I feel that that's very important.
It's been an interesting journey. Thank you.
I'll also say that probably for the last year and a half or 2 years, they've offered a discount to members and partners of the Rappahannock River Roundtable for their Chesapeake Bay Landscape Professionals Level 1 training. We've also offered scholarships, full and partial, to Soil and Water Conservation District staff from the Rappahannock River watershed. And we're continuing to offer discounts and scholarships to get more people trained in these programs. Every BMP that goes into the ground is better off when there's more people with this type of training. So if you're interested, definitely catch Shereen before she leaves, or pick up her flyer, or you can email me afterwards. And this presentation and all of these awesome links will be available on the website following. So thank you again. And thank you for an awesome roundtable symposium. If you have any questions or ideas for ways to improve it next time, definitely let me know. Thank you. There's also a survey that we'd all like you to take, and that is where you can give your feedback. There's a QR code right here, and there will be a follow-up email that goes out to everybody. Shirley, anything else? All right, thank you so much.